now, the stream will begin as we play our opening. We start the game in the world of Aether. Aether is a magical world, mostly known for their unique spells and spell-like mechanics. The weave in this world has been shattered and mended by the goddess of magic, Hela. She had reinvented the way spells are used. Instead of being able to cast certain spells and certain points at a time, mana overwhelmed the world. People can harness mana not only from their bloodlines, but also the earth itself. Divine magic also uses this mana, but the mana from there comes from the gods. About 100 years ago, there was nothing but just humans. In this world, there was never any dwarves or elves or tieflings. It was all human. Until the end of the Great War. Seeing that the humans not only had the possibility of great destruction, but the resilience of rebuilding, the gods decided to bless certain groups of humans with unique and special powers. These humans being called marks. Most of these marks were blessings, some were curses, and some weren't even human to begin with. After the war, the kingdoms of Aether had came to a peace agreement. Now, not being able to outfit their vast armies with as many soldiers and weapons because of the peace agreement, they have turned to a new system of guilds. These guilds do many things, from monster hunting to even being the local guards. There's a guild for cooking, there's a guild for sculpting, there's many of them. The ones that are the most popular by not only the people looking to find employment, but also the people seeking their services, are the adventure guilds. All across the world, there are many different adventure guilds. These guilds work on a ranking system, where E is kind of a horrible adventurer to S, a world savior. There has not been a single person who reached the S tier yet. And this is the story about how our 7 new protagonists come together to try to make that goal a reality. Now, starting all this off, we are heading to the small town of Heroesville. Heroesville is located here on the map. It is part of the kingdom of Or, known as Oriana. Or Anna is how you properly pronounce it, which I just messed up. I will admit that. As we head over to Heroesville, we noticed a few things bustling around Heroesville. People are coming and going into the blacksmith and general store. The prayers of the god, the prayers can be heard from the church. And where we're starting out is the front gate of Heroesville. Traveling a long journey coming from, I believe, if I remember right, Silverwood. Traveling across Silverwood through Golden Peak comes what looks to be a cat. Kai, would you like to please describe your character?
Alright, so my character is a seemingly neko-marked with red hair, blue eyes, wearing a distinctive black jacket, and some very minor claws on the tips of their fingers. On the tips of his fingers. Just casually strolling in.
As you make your way to the front gate of Heroesville, the destination of where you've been traveling to for a while. Two town guards stand at the post. The gates are open. The guards are wielding wooden spears, what look to be very worn down and used. Their armor also seems to have several scrapes and cuts. You know this is very strange, as normally town's guard armor and spears are more maintained. As one of them approaches you, state your business. Why are you here?
Just here for travel, darling.
Where are you from?
Silverwood, of course. I heard there were adventurers here. Thought I'd give it my shot.
Oh, are you looking to join the guild here?
Well, that would be favorable.
Well, the guild is actually not located into the town. He kind of points off to the side, where there seems to be another path branching away from the town, like over here by the trees. It's not connected to the main road. Keep going there for about 10 minutes and you'll reach the hill where the guild hall is. I heard they're looking for new members anyway.
Is there much I would need in this place? I heard this is where I'm supposed to meet.
There is not much at the current moment. Currently the town is somewhat under lockdown. We are not to open the gates unless it's absolutely necessary, unfortunately.
Understood. I kind of give a slight...
However, if you do need to enter for any medical treatment or anything like that, we are more than obliged to open the gate for you. Just note that it will be a while before we open it again for you to leave.
Understood. And I give a slight bow, kind of like, all right, I see where I'm gonna head off, and I start heading over to where they said the guild would end up being.
As you continue to walk, you do notice something also walking down this road, but we will get back to that. Over by the dock area, we see what looks to be a wolf marked, starting to come off a shift. Blue, would you please describe what your character looks like and how?
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me show your token to the stream.
Okay.
I don't have a dock map yet because it broke, but here we go.
Oof.
You just came off the boat after a long journey over the Red Sea. You may describe your character.
Very, very quickly, as he steps off, he would simply yell at it in the background. All right, well then, lads, I'll be off now. Much appreciate the travels and safe journeys to all of you.
Hey,
and,
wait. Steve.
Yes.
Don't forget your pay for your good work out there. You got this from hitting that storm. You see the captain of the ship that you were just on kind of just tosses you what looks to be a small bag onto the dock and lands in front of your feet. I know we didn't hire you as one, but you helped us out there. So here, take this for the trouble.
Much appreciated, Captain.
All right, stay safe in Heroesville.
That's the plan.
You see,
Safe travels to you.
You see the workers that you've been that you've had a good month or 2 months travel start unloading their cargo. Would you like
I'll walk up to a few of them and just throw them a quick little pat on the back and a quick little make eye contact with them, throw them a hand gesture before I actually walk off.
Do you take the money off the dock?
Yes, I do.
Add 10 silver to your inventory.
Nice.
But Severo Nozada, or Sev, as is kind of his overall nickname and the name he uses to introduce himself. He stands about just a couple inches under 6 foot tall. Big, wide, broad shoulders, but very, very slim. Overall lanky build. He's got fingernails that have a little bit of resemblance to claws, but at the same time, they're also kind of trimmed to the point where he's actually able to use them in a unique way that allows him to like get up and down rafters and climb along the sides of ships and stuff like that. But he is by far 100% a man of the sea. He is a sailor through and through. The majority of his like powers and abilities majorly come from his connection with the weather. So we'll see how that develops as we go.
As you continue to travel down the docks, you do notice 2 guards kind of like guarding the entrance from the docks to the town, as one of them will step up to you. Oi, traveler, state your business.
I was simply hoping to potentially possibly seek employment in the Adventurers Guild here, if that was possible.
You're talking about the right rabbits?
Indeed, that would be the one.
What you're gonna want to do is start heading over to the main gate. I recommend heading over there quickly. In about the next 10 minutes, the gate will open. And if you don't get there at that point, well, you're gonna have to wait 4 hours to get out of the town.
In that case, I'll make haste.
Be careful out there. We've been having trouble with some riffraff around the woods, too. Once you leave, you're gonna want to head down a dirt path off the side of the town.
Understood.
Alright, have a good day, citizen. As he kind of goes back, you notice that his helmet is actually broken in the back, where the equipment seems to be withering away.
I may not know much about armor, but that doesn't seem very defensive. He just comments that to himself.
Do you say that out loud, or is it more of an internal comment?
Just kind of under his breath.
Okay, I'm gonna say the guards don't notice. So you're gonna make your way to the Adventurers Guild?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Start heading down the path that the guard pointed out to me.
You're probably gonna get there as soon as they are about to open the gates, I will state. Coming back to the Neko, aka Tiercy, for a moment. Tiercy, the person you see walking down the path, covered in what looks to be a bit of dirt and sweat. Her hair, however, still in that brilliant, I would like to say, what type of hairstyle is your character having right now? Mel?
Oh,
Braid, right? A braid.
It's a very long, loose braid. Yes.
Covered in dirt and sweat, their clothes looking tattered, a backpack over their shoulders. You see, Mel, would you like to describe what your character looks like?
You see a rabbit marked, sort of 4-ish, 11, kind of 5-ish foot rabbit marked with antlers, strangely enough, and beautiful long white hair and bright ruby red eyes. But her skin sort of has a mismatched patchwork on it as she just sighs, scratching at her head. Oh dear. She sort of would lean against a tree.
As you lean against the tree, you notice a guard at the station, and another guard looks like he's walking back and turning back around to his post. As you can hear that guard through your receptional hearing. That was a bit strange there, but at least they'll have some more members soon.
Her ears would twitch a bit as she thinks to herself. I came here for a purpose. I can't turn back now. She would walk towards the guards. Excuse me? Hello?
Oh, yes? Hello.
Sorry to bother you, young gentleman, but can you please tell me where the guild would be?
Well, he kind of just shakes his head a bit. Well, the guild's getting 2 new members, I guess, or maybe a new client. Take that dirt path over there. Just follow the Neko mark over there. They're heading to the same place.
Thank you, she says.
You also notice the wear and tear of the armor and spears of the soldiers, by the way.
She would stop. If you don't mind me asking, what's happened? Normally I haven't seen very shabby armor. Did something happen as of late?
We're having a bit of a nuisance being dealt with currently. And we've been seeing a lot more battle than we thought we would around these parts. So our armor and weapons have been degrading. It's perfectly fine. We are still able to serve the common good here.
That's good to hear.
But on that note, the gate will only open at certain times. 1 hour after sunrise, midday, and 1 hour before sunset. They will only stay open for about 10 minutes, so keep that in mind if you wish to enter our town. By the way, guys, so how people tell time in this world is there are 12 hours in a day, and then there's 12 hours of the night. That is how the world is used. So 1 hour after sunrise would be like 6 a.m. Midday is noon, and then it goes to 6 p.m. 1 hour before sunset. And then it's the same way that way.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
The calendar is 30 days of a month, and then 12 months of a year.
Okay.
Anyway, they're pointing you off over to where the dirt path is. Do you wish to go there, or would you... the guard will state that you do know that it's about 10 minutes until midday, so if you want, if you wait here, you can enter town instead of going to the guild.
She thinks for a moment. It's almost midday. However, I'd like to get registered first before coming back. I can do it real quick. She mumbles under her breath. She would look. Thank you for reminding me of that, but I really must be on my way. And she looks at the guard and just says in a sort of a bit sassy tone and says, "Yes, new member," and then bounces off.
As you begin to leave, one of your keys on your keychain slightly glows.
Oh dear.
As it is the key with the wolf's end on it. The glowing stops after you go to the path, however.
Hmm.
What? Oh, never mind. You wanted to come out? You normally don't have to give you permission. She'd back up some. She'd back up some out away from the path.
Okay. You back away.
And I back away and I look down to see if my key's glowing, or is that just figment?
The key was glowing, and that's what I let you notice. But then you also saw that the key stopped glowing. You're not sure. By the way, Mel, can you see where your token is at this current moment?
Yeah, I'm on my phone at the current moment because my computer had to update.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's right there. It's right there in between the tree line.
Yeah, past that tree, like heading up where you see the Catboy token is where the guild is being led to. Like, there's a path there. It's just I haven't drawn the path yet.
Okay. Huh. Did you change your mind?
You also know, Mel, that you cannot communicate with the spirit of the key unless you open the gate. It is not.
I know, she's saying. Sorry.
I'm just letting you know that.
Okay. She's sort of muttering to herself. Oh. She pats her chest. I'll have to let him out once we get to the guild, where he can get out on his own. She quickly bounds off into the woods, and on the path.
Okay. As we move away from in the guild, closer towards what looks to be heading towards the main gate. After spending the night at the end, we notice a pink-haired girl with cat ears wearing what looks to be a very flashy outfit. Off to their side looks to be a pink cat with dragon-like wings. As Rose, would you like to describe Sophia?
Yes, I would. Sophia is, I guess, not short, but not very tall either. But she's like 5'5" at least. She has like, call them not too short, but not too long of a hair, but long enough to, it's like, it's laying on her like shoulders a little bit. She's wearing this, she has silver eyes, and she has pink hair, and she has this cutesy, flashy wardrobe. Kind of trying to figure out how to best describe her. She's wearing black gloves, and she's wearing this like kind of like, reminds me of like a gothic Lolita a little bit. Pastel kind of gothic Lolita a little bit. Type of outfit.
As you kind of look forward, your companion kind of just starts flapping their wings.
She's purple, not pink.
I said pink hair, purple companion. I said they're flapping their wings a little bit.
Oh, okay.
They're. I can't remember. Did you pick up the feature to let Midnight speak? I think you have a telepathic bond with it.
Yes, I did. I think I did. Yes. I think so.
Oh wait, you picked up that. You picked up an invocation for that, right?
I think so.
Voice of the Chainmaster. Yeah.
Yes.
Sophia.
Yes.
We must make great haste. The gate will open in about 6 minutes from now. I see Not many people are at the gate, but if we wish to get to the guild like we planned, we must hurry.
Of course.
Unless you feel comfortable flying over the wall like we did last night. But we get in trouble again with the guards if we do that.
Yeah. I don't want to fly over the wall. I don't want you to pick me up again, like we did last night.
Sophia, that was your idea, not mine.
Oh. Well, if I was a faster way, you could have stopped me.
I'm a magical creature bound to your will. Whatever you say happens. I do not get a choice in the matter. All I can do is guide you.
That's right. You're right. Yeah, let's head over there. Let's go to the guild. Come on.
You notice the people around you look to be kind of like down, and several people seem to be repairing their houses. Even the church, which you passed on the way here, looks a bit in disarray as several arrows are being like removed from the side of the wall. As many people inside the church are praying to the god, you can hear the prayers are kind of out of being desperate than more fateful, you know.
Where about this town?
As you do make your way to the front gate, you do notice.
Yes.
You do notice someone at the front gate. They kind of look more like they have a air to them, more of a kind of like. Okay, I will describe this better. They have a very cold air towards them, as they're kind of just impatiently waiting at the gate every few seconds, kind of glaring at the guard, who keeps like, "I told you, kid, we cannot just simply open the gate. And no, you are not allowed to just simply face through the gate either. That's a security risk, kid." The guy kind of rolls his eyes and he just kind of has his arm crossed, just looking at the guard. "And would you quit staring at me? You've been doing it for the last 6 hours." The kid says nothing as he keeps staring, not blinking.
Stare. Just to stare.
But as you make your way to the gate, ticks. Fire.
Yep.
You are coming into town, correct? Like you're coming from the path? Yeah. Okay, so you're down here. You may move your tokens, by the way. I've been moving your tokens for you guys, but you guys are free to move your tokens.
Okay.
I'll do it at real speed.
I do it at real speed.
You make your way up the path. Would you like to describe your character?
Absolutely. You see a person, question mark, look about 6'2", really ragged, like just unkempt, like dirty red hair, with very obvious wounds all across his body. Except you don't see blood or muscle. You would see machinery. Very like bronze or coppery looking metal. Well, he has a slight limp in his right leg. And not to mention his clothes and armor underneath his raiment look just ragged. You don't know if it's from age or use or both. With just a slight glowing hue to his eyes that flickers every now and again, limping his way up to the guards with a shield and warhammer on his back.
As you kind of make your way up to the guards, with your experience and knowledge, you could tell these guards' armor and weapons are in horrible condition. Their spears look like they could easily be broken by your mighty warhammer if you were to swing at them. Their armor looks like it could barely stop one, like, easy blow, let alone protect them from any killing blows.
Hmm.
You walk up to the guards. This time, this guard here, kind of like, the other guards kind of just like, you get this one. I dealt with the last two. As he kind of walks up, as this guy walks up to you. Halt, sir! What is your business here?
He just looks at the guard and said, I am seeking information and what's the term? Something to pass the time with.
Information passing the time.
He would nod.
Well, depending on the information you need, you can find that at the tavern. Or, if you want a more experienced person to explain it, you could try talking to Miss Haruku over at the White Rabbits Guild. She has a friend, she says, that can get any type of information.
Looks attentive. Thank you. Which way would I head for that?
The guild is actually located on the outskirts of town. If you follow that path over there by the trees, he kind of points to the path. You see a white hair bunny mark with antlers kind of walking down it. If you head there in about 10 minutes, you'll arrive at the guild.
Thank you. You would begin heading in that direction.
Sir, there is one last thing I should tell you. The gate will not open unless it is midday, an hour before after sunrise, and an hour before sunrise. The town is currently on lockdown. Please keep that in mind when you're trying to enter or leave the town. It will only stay open for 10 minutes.
Understood.
He kind of just goes back and kind of like, I could do your job too. The other guy's like, smart ass.
Right. I will begin heading down the path.
All right.
Slight ticking noises ensue.
Umbreon.
Yeah?
Would you be coming from the docks, inside the town, or from the path?
I would probably be coming from the path.
From the path? So, starting down the path as well, looks to be another Nekomark with brown hair. Are you dressed in the same white dress as you seem to be in the picture?
Yes.
A nice white dress with multiple ribbons off onto the side, and a cute little braid. Would you like to describe the rest of your character?
You see a meek-looking traveler kind of cautiously approaching the town, and she seems strangely nervous about approaching these people.
You continue to come and to approach the guards. The guards kind of question themselves of like, why on earth are we getting so much traffic right now? As they kind of, they kind of look at each other and they kind of play, you see them playing a very popular game that kids play called,
Rochambeau.
Rochambeau, thank you. I believe that is just rock, paper, scissors in another language, right?
Yeah?
Yeah. So they begin playing Rochambeau, and this guy unfortunately loses and walks over to you. Halt, state your business.
As soon as he walks closer to Corday, she starts jumping back. Sorry, I'm here to look for the White Rabbit Guild.
Oh my god, there's a lot of people today. Down the path, okay?
Rude.
That way?
Yes, down that way. With like the 70 other people I sent there today. He kind of walks back, slightly annoyed about what's going on.
Mishuni kind of looks over to the path, seeing the people walking over there. And she's like, tries to sneak by, not to walk next to them.
Alright. As you walk near the path, you're still needing it to, like, have a good marker where you need to go. But you're staying within, like, the bushes and all that, right?
I'm staying, like, sprint distance away from these people.
So if you need to, you can just sprint up to them, right? Or sprint away, yeah. Okay, then, that's fine, that's fine. You'd still follow the path, and it will still take you about 10 minutes to get there. At this point, we're gonna head back to the gate people for a moment, as Sev. Blue. You have just arrived at the gate. As the guards kind of just are looking at this pink-haired girl, and one of them's like, "Now remember, miss, don't do any of that flying shenanigans stuff again. We nearly struck your head down, and I am terribly sorry for almost hitting you with an arrow."
I'm sorry.
As the guards are kind of distracted, you notice, Sophia, this person here just simply starts walking through the wall.
Just like that guy is trying to go through the wall or something.
The other guard who he was being stared at turns around. God damn it! We walk away for 5 seconds and he's fucking gone. How does he do that? I swear to God, I'm going to find that kid and I'm going to tie him to a post.
Question. Would I have been able to see him do that?
Yeah, you see him do that. He kind of waited for the guard to turn around.
Under his breath, Seb just kind of says, "That's a neat trick."
Seb,
I've learned how to do that one.
If you want, you can roll a history check for me to see if you know about ghost marks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's if you want to.
There's a possibility that I've met one in the past.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I have horrible history, but
I'll give you advantage because you were a sailor.
It's a 9.
You're a sailor, mate.
You met someone before with a similar ability, but they didn't tell you much about their species. You do note they're from this one island off in the way distance, but you don't know why.
And I've been told to stay
never mind.
Sophia, you have no idea how he did that. You don't know if there's any magic to do that, if he has an item, if he wasn't there the entire time, all honesty. Oh wait, critical fumble.
Yeah,
now we can.
That's a critical fail.
Yeah, so show the players. So,
show the players.
Whenever you perform a critical success, which is a critical hit or a natural 20, or a critical fail, one of the effects it triggers, depending on what the roll was. Since you did a critical fail and it was an ability check, please roll a d6 to see what happens.
Oh gosh.
You said D6, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got it too.
I got it too. As you are puzzled and trying to figure out what they're doing, you're kind of not paying attention on your movement.
Uh-huh.
So you're slowly walking, but still like mumbling to yourself, trying to figure out how he did that. You're kind of just distracted.
Okay. I can do that. I can roleplay that. Just walking slowly, like not at her regular pace. It's like, how did they do that? Not focusing at all.
Am I
It's
moving
like
toward the
focus-
gate, or
Yeah, you're
Uh,
moving towards the
Yeah,
gate.
you're moving towards the gate, babe.
Yeah. As you are about to get to the gate, Blue, you hear the bells in the church start going off.
Ugh,
Ding,
I got
ding.
dragged?
I don't know how you got dragged. That was just
It was when you pinged it,
You got
it moved the
dragged.
screen.
yeah. As
You got dragged. You got
multiple
scratched.
bells begin to ring off, everyone near town and on the path, you can tell now that it's midday, as they're going to start opening the gate for people to leave. Seriously, if that kid literally waited like 2 more minutes, he could have left. Ugh.
I guess they had
You
really
wouldn't-
important
You probably
business.
wouldn't see this, but like as the bell actually begins to ring, his whichever ear is facing toward that direction would actually begin to twitch,
Twitch,
and he
twitch.
would kind of reach up to scratch at it to make it stop.
All right. As you guys are let through the gate, we are going to head into the woods for a moment.
Into the woods. Sorry.
Actually, no, we don't need to
Into
head into the
the-
woods, as you two will be the last two to arrive at the guild,
Okay.
as we will move to the guild hall map.
To the guild.
I'm just trying to find a nice seat to put them in. As I can. I don't know how to put tokens off a line. Off the
Will
grid.
you?
They're fine.
Mm-mm. Very soon, Cam. Yours will happen soon.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this dumbass mutt that my brother. I'm talking about my brother's dog, who is currently trying to knock my laptop off my lap.
So, in about 10 minutes, you guys kind of arrive in the same order as you guys came by. I'm just gonna put your tokens here, but this is basically to keep like in line of who entered the building first. However,
Okay.
Tier C, you notice as you begin to, go to the door, someone who is quickly running kind of phases through the wall before you enter the door.
Still looking at where he came in, like where he phased through, knocks on the door.
Now, I will state that we will be out of initiative for now. So, you guys, however, Tier C, as you do make your way to the front door, you notice 2 more people kind of slowly catching up to you, going towards the guild as well. Umbreon, around the guild, there's really no good place for you to hide easily. I will state that. If you wish to continue doing stealth, you can either stay a little further away than sprinting distance of the person.
I'm not necessarily hiding. I'm just staying weapon distance away from these people.
You're staying but you are visible.
Yeah.
Okay, and way closer towards the back of these group of people, you see another person wearing a white dress in the far distance. I will now let you guys go over here.
Did anyone hear him?
Huh?
You
I
glitched
heard
back there for a moment.
I'm letting you guys take over the scene now.
Okay. I'm just. Okay.
So, hello, I say to the rabbit. The rabbit girl.
Oh, hi. Sort of looks behind her, seeing the. It just looks beside her, seeing the man. Is your face okay? Are you hurt?
No. It is. I was born that way.
Oh, my apologies. She looks between the two. She looks between the two. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lotus.
Piercy. Nice to meet you, Lotus.
Nice to meet you, Piercy. And you are? Sort of looking towards the man with the mechanical features.
Go by ticks. When she
Ticks?
just motions to your ears, is you could hear the slight ticking noise coming from him.
Her ears twitch slightly, but they don't really affect that much since she's used to the sound of quiet ticking clocks.
A moment.
I believe so. Sorry.
Lucille,
Sorry.
you notice one thing. Your key is glowing quite bright. From your, I believe, what is it? A key ring, or how are you storing your keys?
My keys are in a necklace in my shirt between my bosoms, and it's Lotus.
You do notice that area is glowing quite brightly.
She grabs her key out from between her,
It is,
out from underneath her shirt.
it is the one from the wolf head.
All right, buddy.
Hold on. Tix, you see this key. Can I please have a history check from you?
Absolutely.
Now, this is mostly to see if your character remembers anything from before.
Yeah.
Yeah. You actually do. You recognize that key. It is a celestial spirit key. They've been around for as long as recorded history. You also know that key in particular. It looks very similar to the leader of your previous clan. He used to have 2 keys, and this seems to remind you of one of them.
He looks at the key, sort of. Longingly is the wrong word. But lost in thought, but staring at it.
It's staring at boobs. Okay.
Staring
not hiding it.
boobs.
All right, bud. All right, bud. I get it. She would sort of agree to their contract and summon the key.
He points.
Remember, you need to say...
I'm gonna say. I need to say. Don't I need to say open gate of the silver wolf lupus?
No, just open Gate of the Wolf, and then say Lupus afterwards. You don't have to say silver or anything.
She would just hold on to the key and say, open gate of the wolf lupus.
Coming from what looks to be a silver magic circle, opening up slightly. If you don't mind, Mel, I will describe what lupuses look like.
Sure, go for it.
Opening beside you, Lupus, being kind of shirtless, somewhat well built, blue highlighted hair with black undertones, kind of opens with a position like his fist to the ground as he slowly stands up, and just kind of looks at Tix with a serious look.
Lupus, is everything okay? Your key was glowing brighter than I've ever seen it before.
Lupus kind of holds its hand over Lulise's body, like kind of like a step back motion.
Lotus would look at him and go, Lupus? What's wrong?
He does visibly push you back.
Lupus!
I haven't seen you in several years. All honesty, I thought you passed away at this point. As this conversation is happening, the 2 characters enter the building.
Yeah, I was interested in glowing titties, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna exit.
Tix would respond with honestly, so did I.
I apologize for not being able to save your clan leader those years ago. I failed as his spirit.
Lupus.
I will state he did die in battle.
And if my visions are correct, then I failed as a guard.
The force we fought that day was overwhelming, and you did your best. Mel, this was a summon of Lupus. So, Lupus is out for 10 minutes, but due to what it takes to summon Celestial Spirits, I believe you lose 1 point. Right? You have, like, a number of Celestial points. And Lupus does cost 1, so you're down to 3.
Okay, I understand that.
But Lupus does get to stay for 10 minutes.
She looks at Lupus. Lupus? Can you please tell me what's going on?
Lupus kind of tries to open his mouth, but kind of looks at you, Fire. I will not explain another man's history. But we were warriors who fought side by side when I had my last master.
I see.
Good none.
Do you sense your partner nearby, Lupus?
For the briefest of moments I did, but they've moved far, very far from this area. I think their key was either recovered or spatial magic was used here.
I see. She yawned. We'll have to get it. Ugh. Sorry.
I will not cause you any trouble for now. I will stay out here and stay guard while you talk inside. I
Thank you.
do apologize again. I wish I could have done more during that day.
So do I.
He kind of just puts his hand to his fists, like his open palm, and kind of gives you a small bow.
She looks at Lupus. She looks at Lupus and then back at this person, and she'd walk up to him, sort of look at him. I'd like to get to know more about you and Lupus's history, but as you said, it is your story to tell. Perhaps we can just...
He would look solemn up there, and he would respond with the story I also wish to relearn.
And I guess we can learn it together as friends. Let's go inside. I have business to inquire about joining this guild.
Since you are in a way connected with my old leader, looking at Lupus, I shall protect her as him as well. It is the duty I was born with.
He nods as if you wish, we can talk later. However, like my master says, they have business to attend to.
Of course.
He simply gives you a nod as he will stand at the door guarding it, basically acting as a guardian.
Okay, so head inside.
As you guys were having this conversation, inside already, you two, both Tiercy and... How do you pronounce your name once again, Umbreon?
Miyoshi.
Miyoshi. Tiercy and Miyoshi. You do see Edwin kind of just leaning back on the chair a little bit, kind of like holding out different like papers and parchments all over the table. 2 daggers rest on the edge of the table as well. Lucy, you see a blue dragoon over up here. What looks to be holding a server pan and is kind of walking her way over to the man and giving him what looks to be a clear glass of from what you guys can tell is wine. It has like a very red texture, but it doesn't have the same smell.
Smells of blood.
As she looks over to you two. Oh, welcome to the White Rabbits Guild. It is very nice to meet you. I am Lucille, the main caretaker of the guild. What business do you have here?
Here she just gonna lean back, kind of like trying to mimic the uh the death mark, and just be like, here for a job, I suppose.
Oh, well, the guild leader is currently talking with somebody. I will let him know that there's a possible new recruit available, though. If you'll please wait in this room until then. She does walk over and hands you what looks to be a parchment. Or two parchments. One looks to be a menu of, like, different food items. And the other one looks to be it's basically basic information about yourself. It looks to be like a resume, not a resume, but a form to fill out. Please give us some basic information to work with while we're talking with you.
And Tiercy, check if there's any desserts.
There is actually quite a few of them. There's some strawberry shortcakes, there's a slice of apple pie, and finally, there is a special drink that is listed under the dessert that you've never heard of. It's called a moondrop milkshake.
Trying that.
Huh?
I'm gonna try the moondrop milkshake.
I will.
I'll take one moondrop milkshake, please.
Oh, quite the expensive taste we had. Well, that will be about 4 silver, okay?
And you, darling.
She does expect payment up front.
I'm taking it out and setting it on the table.
Is it a gold piece or actual silver coins?
Some silver coins. I'll actually take the 4 silver out and kind of set it on the table towards her, as if I'm trying to like put back up the rest of the coins,
Right.
so that she can grab them as she wishes.
I will be back with your drink in a moment. And you, ma'am. She kind of looks over to you, Miss sorry.
Yoshi.
Moshi. Miss Moshi.
Yoshi.
Miyoshi. I will
Yeah.
work on pronouncing your name. I am getting better. Miyoshi, she looks over to you. And yes, how can I help you today, ma'am?
I'm also here looking for a job.
Alright. Just one moment, as she does walk around the table. Here you go. Please fill out this form, and also, here's the menu in case you are, have any hunger while waiting for our leader to get done with his meeting.
Got it.
And there's like some basic foods, there's different desserts. Is there anything in particular you want off the menu, or you just fine?
Soup.
They offer 2 types of soup. There is beef soup, and there is a tomato soup as well with diced onions in it. But you can simply ask for no onions if you don't want it.
I'll take the tomato soup.
All right, they will get you the tomato soup very soon. But as they're about to walk back to the kitchen, the other 2 figures from outside also walk in. Wow, we are quite busy today. Welcome to the White Rabbit Guild. How can I help you two?
Well, I've traveled quite a long way. Very far, in fact. My brother wrote about this guild in the town in his letters, and I wish to join it. As a member.
She kind of just looks at, like, all of you for a moment. And you, sir? Are you also interested in being a member?
I am seeking very specific information. If that involves joining, then I will.
Well, I'll let the leader talk to you and figure out if you will be joining. But just in case, do you mind filling out these informations, like this paperwork, please, you two, to the best of your abilities, if you can.
Yes, ma'am. That's perfectly understandable.
Oh,
Is this paper or parchment?
this is parchment.
Okay, good.
They will ask, the form does say in common to please write all the information in common, so it's easily, readable. But as you guys continue to write your letters, and you two are seated, you guys are also handed a menu if you two want any food or part. Or...
I am.
Okay, so what is in the food department?
Different sandwiches, different soups, different desserts, different drinks. It really depends on what you want. There's also salads and all that too, in case that is a thing you want.
If I may be so kind to ask, do you have any fruit salad?
There is a fruit salad. However, it is actually quite expensive. It's about 5 silver.
Oh, look, I don't have silver.
She looks at the cheapest option on the menu.
The cheapest option on the menu is...
Excellent, put down 5 silver.
You put down 5 silver for her?
For her salad, yes.
Oh.
Alright, so 1 fruit salad. And would you like anything good, sir?
No.
Alright, I will be back and I'll be getting your meals ready.
You didn't have to do that.
As she quickly, runs over here towards the upstairs area to get the food ready. As this happens, Mel, Lotus senses danger coming from Lupus. As quickly running in with someone over their shoulders, Lupus opens the door quickly. A big slam can be heard.
Lupus!
Everyone, make way! We have an injured!
Lupus, what happened?
I have no idea. Ask her. As a pink cat mark, wearing what looks to be a medic's outfit, with one of those nurse's hats, having a holy symbol and a mace off to her side, and a satchel full of different herbs, starts to just run in. Kind of goes over to this table, kind of knocks up all the silverware and slams what looks to be Cam, would you like to describe your character? Cam?
No? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You are unconscious, I will state.
Alright. She looks like a life-sized articulated doll. That's the easiest way to describe her. Like what you use, one of those posable dolls that you use for art. She's currently wearing a black maid's outfit, with white apron and blue accents. That emulates the legends of Snow White. Her skin seems to be made, or what would be skin, used to be made out of porcelain. And currently, she is just... There's nothing. In her eyes, in her movements, just a slight ticking sound.
I will state, currently, since you are unconscious, your little eyes do have, little shutters, so they act as eyelets, as they are closed.
Yeah.
Miss Haruku... Continue.
She basically looks like a creepy-ass porcelain doll.
Miss Haruku quickly just kind of tosses her satchel in the chair right beside this creepy doll. Alright, I'm gonna... Okay. Since I got you someplace safe, I need bandages from my office. Can someone go to the infirmary and grab my bandages? Edwin kind of steps up and like, yeah, I'll grab it. He kind of quickly dashes. Edwin kind of grabs the wall, starts climbing the wall, and phases through the floor of the second floor, like the ceiling. And then you notice him phasing back down a minute later as, Cam, you are being...
Being.
You are
What?
being treated to. I'm sorry, someone tried to message me on Steam and I had to tell them, no, I can't be fodder right now. You are being tended to. The multiple cracks and fractures of your body is being mended as best as they can. Yes, Fire?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say anything. I guess I may have exhaled a little too close to the mic. That's my bad.
It's okay, it's okay. Same kind of blackish, oily looking liquid that Tix was spewing out from his little face thing a little bit, is going all over the table as the cracks are leaking. Miss Haruku is trying her best to mend and repair the damage using different spells, as she's not sure what will work on you, as a curse that some of the machine mark have is that normal healing spells can't work on them if they were cursed into being machine marks. But noticing that the mending is not closing your wound, she tries, and she will use, since you are pretty much bleeding out on an operating table, she's going to use the best spell she has to try to save you.
And I come over and use guidance for that to try and help.
You notice as you give her guidance, she kind of nods and thanks you. However, this spell does not use the guidance dice, but I will state that she's going to add another D8 to the healing because of your divine help. Do you remember? Wait, guidance is a cantrip, right? So it doesn't take anything.
Yeah.
This is going to be a 3rd level cure wounds. I accidentally did it as Mitoshi. I'm so sorry. I did that to remember your name. This is going to cost her 5 mana. And Cam, you are brought back from your unconscious state.
Oh, okay. No, disregard my question.
You could actually. You could.
Oh.
That is something you could do. But that's more kind of a flavor type thing. But you can reattach an arm if you have the whole arm to do so. It will still hurt like hell, though.
Good to know.
Cam.
This is who?
Huh?
This is who?
Oh, thank God, you're safe. I'm Miss Haruku. I found you in the woods, and you were, bleeding out, I think? It's a long story now.
Oh my stars.
The doll just kind of... Her movements are jerky. They aren't really smooth. She's looking at her hands.
As you look at your hands and move your fingers slightly, you notice that the motion of your fingers are getting better, but it's mostly you just came back from being offline, so it may take a moment for your system to start working properly. You know that much.
Does this one have a name?
Piercy, darling, are you alright?
Great job, Lupin.
This one does not know if they are all right. What is all right?
Well, you're talking, so that's about as good as I can get you.
Miss Haruku simply looks over to you, TRC. Thank you very much for the help. That really did help. Ma'am, Is it okay if we head up to the medical ward? I would like to examine you to make sure that there's no other further damage we need to worry about. As she kind of does...
Go
on.
But I must return.
Return where?
I must return to her. But I do not know who she is.
Maybe you're suffering from some memory loss. If you come with me, I can help you try to figure out what you're trying to remember. But please be very careful. You're still leaking quite a bit.
The doll's gonna reach down and touch the black gunk. This is the wrong color.
As she kind of looks at the wolf behind, Miss Haruko looks at Lupus. Excuse me, do you mind helping me getting her upstairs? And Lupus kind of looks at Lotus, or not Lotus. I'm sorry. Is it Lotus?
You said it right.
I said it.
Yes,
like,
you said it right.
Looks over at
Yes,
Lois and kind of is giving you a look of like, can I? Am I allowed to?
Yes, Lupin, you may help him. Sorry, let me try that again. Yes, Lupin, you may help her.
He kind of...
You did a great job.
Gives you a nod and kind of goes over. Excuse me, will you please come with us? Like, he's...
The doll just kind of puts out a hand. She looks really dazed.
Lupus, will you resist this, is what I'm going to ask you, Cam. Are you going to stop him from him grappling you? He's basically going to try to pick you up in a princess carry. Are you going to pull...
What is there to resist?
Okay,
I'm basically a newborn. I don't know what's right and wrong in this world.
We are going to fix that real fucking quickly, Cam. Lupus is going to scoop you up and, getting covered in oil himself, Miss Haruko and Lupus will take you upstairs to the medical room.
Poor Lupus.
After that, we're going to notice two other figures coming towards the guild. Following the open path, we notice these two walking together. Sort of, because you guys did leave at the same time.
Okay.
Both Seth and Serena... No, Sophia. Sorry, Serena's the other character.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's another character. Different character.
Seth and Sophia, you guys walk down the path. It's up to you if you guys want to have a conversation. If you want to, we can RP that real quick. Or if you guys are just going to be walking straight to the guild in silence. Blue?
Babe?
I'd like to have a little bit of a conversation at least. Try to.
For that? Okay. So, what's your name?
For now, you can call me Seb.
Nice to meet you, Sev. Did I pronounce that right? Okay. My name is Sophia, and this is my companion, Midnight.
Meow.
Pleasure to make both your acquaintances.
Sophia, he smells of the sea. He has that very fishy smell. Sophia, you can tell that Midnight is just now staring at Seth.
Sev.
Sev, yeah.
If you need to say his entire name, is Severo. So.
Just call you Seven.
As you guys walk,
That's something.
you notice another person quickly trying to catch up, like running down the path. Gray.
Gray.
Yeah, I'm taking dog out, but I can talk.
Would you like to
Okay.
give a description
That's fine.
of your character?
Basically, he's kind of on the small-ish side. He's not like a dwarf kind of thing, but it's like on the lower end of the 5 foot, maybe 5'3", 5'4", so he's a little on the shorter end. Contrary to the image, his ears are actually the same color as his skin, and he does actually have the one jacket on. I will be modifying it to point. So he has a black jacket with silver on the sleeves and a little bit of a buckle on the front, and his black boots also have silver on the top of it. His hair, such as it is thin and just barely covers his head. And both, not only is his ears the same color as his skin, being lacking of really any hair, so is his tail. He has a pair of white gloves that he wears that has a symbol on the back of them as well. So, and also yellowish eyes, because apparently that's the color that went with that.
You notice, as you are heading up, you also notice your companion quickly flying behind you. Its wings doing its best to keep up with the fast pace that you realize that you are later than what you planned on being, and you're trying to make up for lost time as you're running. Jet is following behind you as its wings is doing his best. He's trying, but he's not succeeding too well. Wait, please. I'm going the fastest I can, please. How you pronounce your character's name? Nuka?
Yeah.
Master Nuka, wait! As he slowly keeps flapping his wings, but he slowly goes closer to the ground as he starts rotting on his paws.
Sorry, boy. It's my fault. I overslept this morning. Again.
Just go ahead, I'll catch up, I promise. As he is doing the little dog huff. Like...
I just imagine him just like running with...
But it's also in his mind link with you. It's not just outside. As
when we get to the door, I'll get you some water.
I'll catch up, you just go ahead. I need to catch my breath.
I see this, yeah?
Yeah, you see this, but you don't hear what the familiar is saying.
Okay.
As
I kind of figured.
the familiar...
All you know is there's Bug Boy running and
Hold on.
Dragon Pup running behind me.
Blue, you were saying something?
Okay, never mind. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
hear what the familiar's saying.
This is how he's communicating. It's a feature for familiars. Basically, he's choosing him to hear his thoughts.
Like mine does. Yeah.
Basically, kind of something similar to that, yeah.
Yours has a longer range, I believe, Rose.
Yeah, I think mine is like a little bit longer than Retro's, I believe.
But as the puff seriously slows down, Nuka, you notice these two as you two continue having your conversation as you notice somebody running up.
Well, hello there.
Whoa,
Or,
slow
Pardon
down.
me. Ahoy there.
Hi.
Slow down. You're fine. Catch your breath.
Here.
And,
Careful now,
and
not too fast.
Sophia, and Sophia's like, oh, by the way, Seth, you smell like the ocean. You smell
That
like
makes
fish.
sense. That makes sense. I'm a man of the sea.
Ah.
I wonder if he tastes like the fish of the sea. As a little bit of drool can be seen coming off the cat's mouth.
My
I'm
familiar.
what you would call a sailor by trade, but an adventurer at heart.
Oh, okay. I talk to my familiar. I'm like, don't worry. Once we get inside, I'll treat you to fish, okay?
It kind of slowly starts to get into like a pouncing stance, slowly
Oh no.
going towards Seth.
I like to.
Yeesh. As your familiar, hold on.
Celebrating.
Hold on,
Oh,
I need to look
no.
at your familiar sheet.
Yeah, we'll have to fix Janice later, I think.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I want fish. Yeah, I'm getting fish. This is worth fish. Sophia, you notice your familiar building up magic as it will attempt to cast a spell on Seth.
No.
A level 1 sleep spell.
No.
Which is unfortunately not strong enough to put Seth to sleep. But Seth, you notice the spell was cast was cast on you coming from the cat, as you hear arcane words coming from its mouth.
You from his perspective, you would actually like see his eyes like glance around for a quick moment. You'd see both of his ears twitch, and then like you would see probably some kind of a magical haze like around his head, like something that's trying to induce sleep, and then you'd see him like shake his head to basically visibly shake it off, and then he would just glance and just start staring at the cat.
I realize he's like looking at my cat. Midnight! Do not put him to sleep!
Yes. Yes.
I
It
know
kind of
you
starts
want
hissing
fish.
at the man.
Seb like actually begins to show a little bit of his fangs, which he hasn't actually done yet. He hasn't smiled or anything towards you. He actually visibly begins to show his fangs and actually growls audibly at the cat.
I'm sorry about my cat. They like fish. But anything smell like fish, they act like this.
I may smell like one to you now, but I assure you my claws are a lot sharper.
It kind of goes up to you and kind of
Midnight.
paws your foot. It doesn't make a threatening motion.
Paw, paw, paw.
With the telepathy. I'm sorry, Fishman. Sophia, don't feed me. As it will you... Actually, it doesn't have that capability. So Sophia hears this as it tries to make an apology to Fishman.
My familiar says they're sorry. And I talk to my familiar. I do too, feed you.
Severo just kind of you actually see him like catch himself in that little bit of like like animalistic side, and he just kind of like shakes it off and just kind of composes himself, and he says, "Don't let it happen again, okay?" He's like, And he says, I've got a pretty strong connection to magic, so I can usually tell when it's cast against me. So just be aware of that, little furball.
Big furball, if I remember correctly.
Medium, human-sized furball, actually.
It's a medium furball. Human-sized furball. And it's like...
You just see him kind of cross his arms and just kind of glance off in the distance, looking toward our new compatriot. And he just kind of looks over and he just says, "So, what's your story?"
As you look forward towards the guild, you notice basically someone kicking down the door, what looks to be bringing someone into the guild over their shoulders. As you would see the beginning of the situation that just played out as you were looking towards it.
Okay.
What in the blazes?
I hope they're okay. I hope so too. Want to check it out?
Let's do that.
I'm sorry about my cat. It's spoiled.
I'll get over it. And Seb just starts making his way towards the guild hall. He's not angry. He's just like grr, you know.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
As you make your way over towards the guild hall, the situation would have fully played out, as it wasn't a very quick acting situation. However, you do see the aftermath of it as you enter the guild.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just catching my breath a little bit. My throat's a little sore from all this talking.
You're fine.
Definitely gonna get some more water
Take
next
your
time I do this. As you all enter the guild, Bray, your familiar
I could do
does
that.
catch up with you. As you reach the guild, it seems to have had a second burst of energy.
Does their familiar see my familiar?
Yeah,
or
but they
vice
don't
versa?
They don't seem to be having any disagreements with each other, but they're not really too playful with each other.
Okay.
Not yet.
I was just curious.
And as they all kind of walk in, Seb just kind of blouts out. Someone in need of assistance. She's kind of unsure.
As
you're
you're
kind of halfway leans in, like,
in here?
is everything all right?
Lucille is upstairs at the current moment, but they will be bringing the food back down soon. So it's just the players here right now.
I would say a person was just brought back to life about the table beside us. But they're upstairs to the infirmary at the current moment. Are you guys here to join the guild too?
Yes, actually we are. At least
Yes.
I am. I can't say about the other two.
I am as well.
Me too.
I'm Lotus.
Well, if introductions are in order. Let's see. Trying to find a spot to sit.
We
You
got
just
some
see
tables now.
Seb kind of
Over
like
here looks
casually,
good.
Seb kind of like casually walks over towards here, and just like, casually just walks over, like sits down, and but the cool thing is he intentionally like turns the chair backwards and sits on it, and like leans toward the rest of you.
We should probably
And just
push these
says-
tables together.
And just says, no need. And he just says,
Wait.
Severo Nozada. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, all of you.
Mm-hmm.
I've met a fair amount of different people in my travels, but this is probably the widest variety of mixtures of people I've ever come across.
Oh, my thank you. Uh, I'm Lotus.
Takes would nod his
Lotus.
head.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I was trying to open my character sheet to see the last name. I forgot her last name. I'm just gonna come up with something. I'm Lotus. Westwind.
Takes will do a little hand motion. Ticks,
Interesting name.
which you would hear it.
Mm-hmm. Lotus or
Oh,
Rupture.
I see why. Just like a moment later, you would see one of his ears twitch, and he would like reach up and scratch at it. And he was like, "Oh, I see why."
Lotus be like, yeah, I know, right? How about you lot over there? What's your names?
I am
Okay.
Charlotte.
Pleasure to meet you, Charlotte.
Greetings as well.
And even as all of you guys came in, she seems to not break her line of sight from this direction.
Creepy.
Stare.
What about you? The one with their feet on the table.
Seriously, that's all you ever need to know.
I'm sorry?
Seriously.
Percy. Pleasure to meet you.
By the way, sir, I recommend getting your feet off the table. Lucille is most likely going to shoot you with lightning if you keep that up when she walks back down. Take it from someone she actually shot with lightning.
Oh.
The guy over here, is talking.
What's your name?
I am Edwin. I am a guild member of the White Rabbits. If you're interested, I do have a title, but I don't think many people would be interested in that.
Wait a moment. I've seen you before.
No, you haven't.
No, I have.
I recognize you too. You were at the front gate.
I never left
Indeed.
this building.
Well, I saw someone look like you left to try to phase through the front gate.
Now that would be illegal and a criminal activity. And if you continue to spake this fact that you saw me at the front gate that day, I will have to say that is slander.
Indeed. As a matter of fact, it's nearly impossible to say who it was exactly that we saw. But indeed, I can say that it was someone who did have abilities to be able to walk through walls.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just mention?
Speculation abounds.
Blue, your character's sitting at the table that just had an operation done on it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh
yeah, a bunch of
which I am facing away from it, which is also a detail that Downhill did not mention.
I kind of forgot it myself for a moment as I was checking the stream chat.
No, I was sitting here like, is someone gonna mention this? Am I gonna have to bring this up? There's blood.
I can't see chat right now.
I'm sorry. I was reading chat. Yes. As you do sit at this table, kind of off guard by the number number of different types of people here, you kind of have this oily smell coming from the table as you realize, oh, there's a lot of like oil, black oil all over this table. It's kind of dripping on the floor.
A few feet away. I kind of just pick up the chair and just take a few steps forward, sit back down.
Wondering when you're going to notice.
She looks. She looks at.
Took me a moment.
She looks at the girl with the pink hair and the guy with the eye patch. And what about your guys' names?
Well, my name is Sophia.
Pleasure to meet you. And yours?
Retro, they are talking about you.
Unless they're still talking.
He's muted. They're
Yeah,
muted.
she's muted.
Oh, excuse me. I'm muted.
They are muted, yeah.
Just like you.
Okay, well then that explains why you didn't hear me the first damn time. Yay!
I'm sorry.
Oof.
Sorry.
Oh no.
Oof.
I'm Nuka. This is...
Pleasure to meet you, Nuka. Come, take a seat. I guess we're all joining the White Rabbit Guild today, aren't we?
At least
Seems
that's
like
our
it.
hope, it seems.
My brother told me that this place was wonderful.
Nuka, as you sit down, Jet kind of just paws at you as it does like, hey, you said I get water, right? Water, please.
Right.
Water, please.
Gets his pack out, gets a decent, like a decent sized bowl, like the kind you would...
Like a soup bowl, right?
It's the kind... Yeah, I guess you could call
Or would
it
it
that.
be
It's
more of a
sort like-
salad bowl type of deal?
Maybe. It's just a bowl that would be big enough for a large dog to drink out of.
Okay.
It's like one of the largest things in his pack. Be like, ugh. Sets pull down, clunk. Finds bottle of water, dumps the entire
As-
bottle into the.
As you go into your bag and pull out your water skin to start pouring out the water, you do notice someone coming down with what looks to be a full-on, like, 2 separate trays, one in each hand, of different foods. As she kind of looks over at Tiercy. Tiercy, do you still have your feet on the table?
No, when he said something, I eyed him in the eyes and put my feet down just
Alright.
in case he was going to actually attack me.
Yeah. As she kind of looks over to the mess on the
The table
on
right
the
here.
table. All right.
Yeah,
Which one of you did it?
impromptu circle table.
Rich?
It was none of us.
What happened?
There was this person that was bleeding, and so a woman came in that looked like a doctor, threw the girl onto the table, started patching her up, and
Simply said,
She was
medical
just-
emergency.
she basically let out a rabbit-like squeak as her ears went down.
Oh.
All right. I'll get it cleaned in a moment. Just let me pass out the food. Here you guys go. You guys were the first ones to order. Oh, wait.
ears
There's 1, 2, 3 more of you. All right. I'll handle you 3 in a moment. Just one moment.
You're fine. Take your time. Take your time.
Here's your order. Here's your order. Okay.
I didn't order anything.
Then why do I have an extra steak?
That was not me.
She looks at her notepad. Why did I write down steak? Wait. The scribbling starts fading away. God damn it, Miss Haruku. I'm going to... Anyone here want a free steak?
Me!
Ooh,
Who raises their hand first?
The rabbit.
That's surprising. Rabbit.
Here you go, I guess.
Hey.
Thank you.
you know what
Slides it
the
over
irony
her.
is? I actually did raise my hand when I said ooh. I was like, ooh. I like physically raised my hand.
Yeah.
Same.
I'm sorry.
She looked
It was
in the-
mostly I was asking who said it first, you know? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It was just funny.
She kind of looks
No,
at the
no.
table and the flooring a bit, and then sees a small black stain on the back of Steve's jacket. Sir, please stay right there so you don't spread it any further.
She
Darn
looks
it.
at the machine.
I
She looks at the
I didn't.
It's okay. It's
She look-
okay.
She looks at the machine mark. Did you want the steak?
He would shake his head.
She looks at the dog, then at the captain. Do one of you two want the steak or want to split it? I can't eat this big thing by myself.
Steak! 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 Master, we get steak! Steak! We get to share steak! Yay! Master! Master! Get the steak! Get the steak!
Okay.
Steak! Steak!
Yes.
As the
It's like my familiar one
as
is like
he hops up and down, really quickly. Oh, new best friend! Steak!
Yes. There's just like
Lotus
this human
would-
just going boing, boing, boing.
Lotus, like jumping up and down.
Lotus would. Sorry, go ahead.
Over by the table, douche, manush, mokus, as Lucille will actually cast some magic. You see Lucille cast Prestidigitation, covering the table and some of the flooring, removing the black oil stained with it. I'm taking the whole you can clean and sully a surface to be able to do this. As she then looks over to Seth and kind of is like, she casts the spell once again because Seth was technically out of the area. Sir, this is a establishment here, so there is a bit of a cleanliness we ask of our patrons, as not only the oil but all the like dirt and all that is like all of the dirt, all of the hard sweat over, going over the sea and all that.
Hold on. Let me actually see. Do I actually have this spell myself?
I want to ask.
I do.
Lo-
I don't think I do.
You said. I want to ask something, Downhill. You said Lotus had dirt and stuff all over her, along with sweat. Does the dragon? Oh my lord.
See that?
Lotus, as you look at yourself,
I do not have this spell.
you realize
so, okay.
something. You're already clean. You just realized that.
Oh, I haven't been clean like this for months.
As I will reveal, she does have a... Actually, no. I will not reveal. Lotus wasn't paying attention, so... Bada bing, bada boom. Seth, you also smell like... let's say... instead of the smell of the sea, you have some, like, nice scented flowers. Like, what you would find with inexpensive perfume.
And that would immediately like
right back.
immediately like cause him to like his nose to twitch like crazy. Like, wait a minute, what? Hang on, that's not right.
Over to Sophia, Seth, and Nuka. You guys are handing menus and also resumes.
Okay.
Okay,
She can already tell.
what'd you do to me? Freaking, this ain't right.
She
I don't
gave
smell
you
like
a
salt
bath.
anymore.
You'll be okay. I'm sure you'll get your salty smell back.
You begin sniffing, and this is way too fucking strange.
There's no.
Unfortunately,
She go
that's
over-
the downside when I have to clean something with this spell. It makes it smell like roses.
She'd not.
You wiped away the scent of my natural fur.
It will come back with time if you go by the ocean, but...
Yeah, if it goes back.
I'm going to ask you to please calm down, sir.
She pats the wolf on. She pats the the man on the shoulder. They're there.
Lucille, you do notice... wait, is it Lucille?
No, it's lotus, like a lotus flower.
Sorry, I keep saying... No, Lucille is the Drake, sorry.
Yeah.
Lotus, you notice that your time with your spirit is up. So the spirit was sent back to the spirit realm.
She sighs. Yay! Break! I love him so much, but still, I need a break.
Downhill's a poet and doesn't know it.
Seb just kind of throws up one of his hands and says, "Could I at least have an ale?"
Of course, of course.
She starts nomming on her fruit salad with one hand and starts cutting the steak into threes with the other. She looks at him and she looks at the dragon mark. Can we get some plates, please?
As Dragoon, marked by the way, as she will start getting plates for everybody as she's taking people's orders as well. You guys were given plates and utensils for your normal meals, and there is a plate for the steak. I would like the steak.
She sort of disputes the steak, the slices of steak. You cut them sort of into fours. Put one for the dog, the Retro's character and her dog and his dog, and one for the Blue's character, and sort of just does that. You guys go. I can't eat it all by myself.
Now,
Thanks.
coming down the stairs, after explaining to you, Cam, the basis of the world, what marks are, what type of mark, basically information your PC would know, except your backstory. They couldn't help you figure that out, but they let you know about general knowledge in these last 10 minutes. Okay, Cam? Cameron?
Yeah, and
I believe Cameron's AFK, right?
I think
Yeah,
so.
they went AFK.
I think so.
Mel, Lotus,
get
something you noticed quickly about Seb is just like he's a little bit older.
Yeah.
You know, this like kind of just quick sudden change for him is like extremely sudden. So he's like, you know,
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Just
Oh,
difficult
to
to
hear that.
explain. It's difficult to explain.
cursed?
No. Pride.
What do you mean pride?
I'm a sailor.
Oh, right. The sea is your natural. I get it now. Sorry. But here, have some of the steak. She pushes it over. Pushes some of the steak over to Retro and the other two plates over to Retro, and just sets the other plate in the floor for the dog. So, buddy.
You just see Seb kind of take the index finger of or the claw of his index finger and just like poke it through the entire little portion and then just like shove the whole thing in his mouth.
You guys notice slamming up here, walking out angrily is one of the guards. This one looks to be in a better, higher rank, as he's like, "Hey, no use to breaking my door, dickhead. Oh, off yours, Marth. I told you we're low on members. We can't help you with this situation. Yeah. Motherfucking rabbit folk can't get off his lazy ass and fucking help us out."
That's the kind of talk.
Oh,
That's the kind of talk I'm used to hearing.
What are you saying? What are you saying to me? You heard me. Oh, you want to step outside and handle it like men? Huh? Want to step outside? Lucille kind of just groans a bit at hearing this. You out. Marth? We have guests. Kind of looks at you guys.
Hi.
And kind of just straightens up a bit. As the guard is like, "Yeah, don't try ordering any work from this guy. He's completely useless." As he comes out and slams the door behind him. As he leaves.
Well, that's rude.
Another satisfied customer.
Rude.
That's what I was about to say, Wolfie. Alright. Who are all you people? What are you doing in my guild? Also, who on earth has that background stuff playing? Please.
I
Yeah.
think it was a car, yeah.
Yeah. Sounded like a car, but
Yeah,
still.
which is driving in your office.
Still,
Did Cam type BRB?
I don't
She
know.
said she'd be right back. I heard her.
Yeah, she did
Oh.
say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard her for a little bit. Yeah.
Alright. But he kind of just looks at all of you. Alright, what the fuck you doing in my guild? What do you guys need? What job?
I want to join your guild.
Yeah, we want to join your guild if that's possible.
I think that's the plan for all of us.
Yeah.
Wait.
I just need some money to tide me over.
Wait. You serious?
Waiting.
You all want to join the guild?
Yeah.
I just got back.
Yeah.
Haven't you guys heard? We have adopted a new policy where you are not allowed to transfer to a more prestige guild after a week of working for us. You have to at least wait a year.
Understood.
Shrugs. She looks at him.
My brother spoke highly of this guild. I don't think I'd like to transfer. He said that you were one of the best guilds in his opinion.
Edwin kind of gets up, taking all the papers, putting them together, and walking over to Marth. Here, boss, I got the information you wanted. Did you cause any trouble in town? A little bit. He kind of takes the sack of papers and whacks him upside the head a bit, but not hard. Alright, I'll deal with it later. You're free to go if you want. Alright. Out the front door, preferably. You're gonna scare the horses again. Kind of looks back and forth. Phases through the wall anyway. You hear horses starting to freak out outside near the stables.
Poor things.
As he kind of just... Alright, Shit, normally I do interviews one at a time, but there's a lot of you. Okay, everyone gather around, bring your papers, and we'll start talking. He kind of sits down in the chair that he was standing near, and is kind of just expecting you guys to walk to him.
The Sip just kind of throws up a hand, and he's just like, I don't believe myself, her, or points over at Nuka. They have received any papers or anything like that
Lucille
yet.
looks at you. I just handed you those papers.
Huh?
It's under your hand.
When you guys got the menus, I also said they also gave you the paperwork.
Oh, fair
I
enough.
did say that.
Well, let me start on that.
All right.
It's under the menu.
It's under the menu.
Yeah, but the question is, were our characters actually there when you said that? Because you said that to the other people.
No, it was said to everyone.
We have them now. It's fair.
Okay.
Anyway, Mitoshi?
Hiding in the corner.
Miyoshi. You have gone to the corner. May I ask your reasoning for why you moved to the corner as the guard was leaving in a huff?
Simple. A rabbit foe came out.
What's wrong with rabbit folk?
This was out of character question, so I answered out of character. You guys just think for some reason she just got in the corner for no reason.
Alright. You are asked to come closer to Marth. Will you do so? Or are you going to just stay over there?
This is as close as I move.
That's as close as you get. Okay. As you three quickly fill out your paperwork, it's not difficult paperwork, just who you are, where you're from, what you're expecting to get from the guild, and all that. As you guys are finishing up your paperwork, Martha's going to state. Alright, so allow me to explain what guilds do and what they are. You guys all know that about, 100 years ago at this point or so? 100 or 110 years ago, we all had a horrific war. This war left the land, basically with no military, and people feared if the militaries were quickly brought back, that another war could erupt. So, instead of that happening, the great kingdoms came together to basically say it's a huge ceasefire and we're not going to have armies. Instead, we're going to rely on a new system to deal with monsters and all that. That is where guilds come from. That's the bare basics, because I'm not a history teacher. Any questions so far?
Nope.
Nothing yet.
No
All
questions.
right.
Ma'am?
All right. Now, this is a little difficult to state, but I will do my best to make this simple for you guys to understand. If there is actual questions, do not be afraid to ask them during my explanation, okay? The guilds are... Oh, and after...
I get a phone call.
No, that is
Phone
actually
call.
my alarm. This is telling us that we are close to our break.
Oh, goody.
I will state, after I explain what the guilds are and all that, after this little bit of RP, we will have our break.
Okay.
So, as you guys continue to talk and all that, guilds basically come down to different specialties. This guild is an adventuring guild. We take the odd jobs that no other guilds really handle. We are guards for caravans, we hunt monsters that are giving people trouble, and we deal with little pests like what I'm about to tell you guys. As he puts down the papers of the info that he got from Edwin in front of you. Normally, I would put you guys through training and also see what you guys are made of. However, this has been a serious problem for a while. So,
maybe this is our test, maybe. Ma'am?
Yes, actually, you're quite smart. A little furly, but quite smart. Must be a wizard.
Oh, fuck. Close enough.
So, I keep doing this. Sorry, Umbreon. I keep using your token, because I'm looking at your name. Very simply, here's the problem. Goblins have been attacking Heroesville for a while. You guys probably saw the lockup they've been doing. This has also been hurting their trade routes. They've been attacked about 7 times in the last 4 weeks. The goblins seem to be using hit-and-run tactics mostly. However, this is tearing down all of the defenses that Heroesville has. And with no decent trade coming in, the town's going to end up starving if this keeps going on. Now, by the laws of the guild system, the town technically can't hire anyone from our guild, because there is a minimum payment for higher ranked adventurers that is upheld by all the kingdoms. And us at the White Rabbits, we do not promote working for free, unfortunately. That's how we lost several good members. So, the town has given me a budget which normally wouldn't be able to hire our guild. However, if a bunch of newly guild members take this task, it's enough for you guys to have a pretty decent first pay. So, I'm going to look over all of your little forms, and I'm going to figure out if you guys are going to be worth, having as guild members later. I'm also going to use this as kind of a test to see how you guys are on the water. Edwin already knows he's going to be looking after you guys, so do note you're being watched. So, yeah, the goals of this assignment is very simple. Stop the goblin attacks. If needed, get rid of the goblins. Completely eradicate them. And this would be a personal favor of mine. Figure out why the green bastards keep coming back. Or orange bastards keep coming back. Sounds reasonable?
Sounds reasonable, yeah.
Yes.
Any objections? Any information you guys want?
Where do they keep running off to? Or are reasonably located?
They keep heading towards... The GM's gonna double check his map real quick to make sure he's giving you correct information. They keep heading towards the southeast of Heroesville, but the guards haven't been able to locate their camp. You may be able to find some tracks on that side of Heroesville's trade route, however.
I see.
Yeah.
Is there anything in particular that they take?
Mostly supplies, and every time they attack the town, they try to take whatever they can lift.
Okay.
If you get the supplies back, I'm pretty sure the town was willing to pay you quite a heavy penny for those back. But I recommend don't go too high up, as we want good reputation with the town. A guild's reputation can mean better business or no business at all.
Right.
Mm.
So the
Understandable.
goblins are doing just general raids than taking anything.
Taking anything, and they're even taking prisoners every now and again. But no known missing people are taken. We keep finding the prisoners, like, out in the woods, tied up. Stripped of all their belongings and clothing, but safe.
They're not too interested in prisoners.
They're acting like good old-fashioned pirates, but they're not very bloodthirsty.
They are pretty much bloodthirsty, good sir. Like, every time they raid us, we lose a good couple guards. And townsfolk are also being hurt by this. However, they're not killing captives, which is strange.
Are the captives
That
specific?
is strange.
Are the captives
Yeah.
specific? Women, children, doctors,
It's just
alchemists?
anyone they can grab during the raid.
So when was the last raid did you have?
About 5 days ago, actually.
It's pretty common pirate tactics to only kill those who fight back. Making incentive if you want to live, don't fight.
That's the idea.
That's actually really informal. Thank you. Or informative, not
Well,
informal. Sorry, that was a mess up on the DM's part.
It's it's common law overall, at least not exactly common law that's particularly enforced by the people who work on the open sea, but it is somewhat common knowledge that if you don't want to get in the pirate's way, don't try to fight them.
Yep.
Let them take whatever they want.
Let them take what they want, and just don't mess with them.
I've been on board many crews and had to stop many men from making foolish mistakes.
You talk a big game. You better be able to walk it.
Maybe.
She thinks.
Steer towards them.
Hey, you two catfolk, you've been kind of quiet here for the last bit. Any input on these?
Meow.
Surveying the information of the
Say that again, please, Kai. You
just
very quiet.
surveying the information in the room.
Understood. And what about you? Well, first, is Retro back?
Here, I haven't left.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Retro's here.
He kind of points over to Nuka. What about you? Any questions? Anything you want to bring up?
Not at the moment.
And is Cameron back? All right, Cameron.
I've been here munching on popcorn for like 15 minutes.
I didn't hear back. So Cameron, we do have a small rule from now on. This is not something that just came up because of this, but this is beforehand. When you leave, type in caps in the Roll20 chat, BRB, and then type back when you do come back. That'll be more reliable on me seeing than just you saying back or BRB. I will explain this much. Your character was, while being patched up, realizing there's no way to help your memories come back, they gave you a crash course of the world. They gave you the crash course of how guilds work, basically common knowledge. They give you a crash course so you are functional as a person. As for a name, as this would have been brought up, if you don't mind, she could name you, or you can let the party name you. I'll let you make that decision out of character.
I want the party to name me.
Alright, she will recommend one line of work, as it seems like you are actually quite sturdily built. And if you want to help people, you can join our guild. She helps you the best she can filling out the paperwork, and then you're kind of just standing there listening to all the information that Marth here, which she does point out is the leader of the guild. Is there anything you would like to say, as he's asking if you guys have any questions?
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to walk up and hand him my paperwork.
He looks at it.
She's not very socially adept.
Looking at it, most of the handwriting is from Miss Haruku, as she was just trying to help you fill it out. Mm-hmm. And on the bottom of it gives an explanation of what's going on, from like, what do we expect out of the guild? Miss Haruku basically put in an explanation. He takes a moment to read it. Well, if you're sure. Alright then. And you were
I don't have anywhere else.
Oh.
This one does not have anywhere else they can go.
Fair enough. Well, also, that does make another question of, remember, on the books you guys are guild members, but this is more of a temporary type of deal. Do well and you'll be permanent members. Do poorly and you guys can be members, but you'll be ranked as trainees. Not really the best start for your career as an adventurer, I should warn you.
I guess we'll do our best. Yeah.
This Haruku kind of looks over and...
Here's my paperwork.
Oh, thank you very much. He slowly takes your paperwork, trying not to scare you off. As he will simply state, alright. From what we know of all of this, you guys, I recommend trying to find out what's going on as quickly as possible, as they don't really have a pattern on the raids, so we could get, we don't know when we'll get hit next, and the town would like to avoid more damage if possible. I'll let the captain know that we have made out an arrangement. As long as I'm not talking to that particular guard again, it should go fine. Lucille, watch the place while I'm out.
He sounded like a dick.
Oh, he was. He was. He used to be a soldier in my unit back in the day.
I'd like to hear something about that.
If you stick around, I may actually try to learn your guys' name.
Sounds like quite the tale.
Yeah, unfortunately, due to us losing a lot of members because of the debacle, we've been more hesitant on getting new members, we can say. But I like the cut of all your spirits, we can say. Oh, and if I catch... Also, the guild has one major rule. No stealing from each other. If you're part of a guild, you're part of a team. Thieves or anything like that will root distrust amongst you guys. So, if you get caught stealing, you're kicked out of the guild almost immediately. Following by an investigation, of course. Anyway, I'll see you guys I'll see you guys later.
Understood.
As he does leave. Heading to
He's lively.
None.
heading to town to
He's
inform the captain that you guys have accepted the quest.
He's lively.
Yeah.
It seems.
And this is where I think would be a good place to have our break.
Break.
Everyone can get up, get some water, go to the bathroom, all that. I will be moving us to the break screen. I do apologize for the chaotic style of this campaign so far. I was just trying to get everyone together.
It's all good.
You're
It's just the first,
fine.
All right.
first episodes are always kind of clunky.
And we're going to be moving to break now.
That in videos, but we'll deal with that later.
I do apologize, Gray. Do apologize.
That's all.
But we are
That
now
sounds
back.
like yeah, we'll deal with that later.
We are now back. Welcome back, everybody. That was a really nice break. But let us continue playing. So, you guys were given the general information. You guys were given a task. If you need me to repeat any of the information, just ask me. But I will leave it to you guys to handle how you want to. So, you may take it from here.
So he said that the goblins were towards the. Didn't you say north side or south side?
I said southeast of town.
Okay.
Southeast. Yeah.
He said that the goblins are towards the southeast side of the town, but the question is, how are they getting in and out? Is there a weak point in their defenses, or are they climbing?
I guess, considering we're dealing with goblins and I would assume, and I could be wrong, but I would assume they probably just rush them during the openings, I suppose.
Well, it only makes sense if the gates were open. That's the only time they strike.
Yeah.
Gray.
Are the gates?
Oh, sorry, I was gonna call for a skill check. Gray, could you please make me a history skill check to see, or you can make a history or religion skill check to see how much information you know about goblins. As that is something I am doing. If you guys want to know about a monster, you can roll certain checks to learn information.
Okay, let me see. I need to. Said either history or religion?
Either one works. You get different information depending on what check you choose.
They suck at both. Okay, well, we're gonna try.
Not too high, but not too low. So you get a halfway decent amount of information. Okay then. Let me just make sure I'm not bullshitting you guys when I open up my notes. Goblins are a small but numerous race of goblinoids. Commonly, people were to think that goblins are, when they were first brought up, they thought goblins may have been actually intelligent. In this world, however, goblins are known as not really humanoid races. That means they don't have the fundamentals to make trade and business, and they also don't have any way to communicate with you guys. Sometimes, and this is not always, goblins will follow a stronger monster, however. But you're thinking if the goblins are able to maybe set up an ambush, that's just normal goblin tactics, like goblins can easily set up ambushes. But that's about all you know. You're still not sure how the goblins are attacking the town. By the way, anyone who would spend their time mostly in woods or forests may try to roll this check as well. Or if you spend time in like a vast library.
May I take a roll at
Which one are you qualifying for? The mass library or spending a lot of time in the woods?
I believe library.
You may make the check using history.
Huh?
Thank you. Probably a mixture of both. Just waiting for my character sheet to load in. There you go. You said what now?
History.
How many? History? So history. 16.
With a 16 on history, you know the same lore about goblins. One other thing you know about goblins is they have a habit of taming beasts. However, these are just simple creatures such as they're nothing ever as vicious as wolves. So they could tame like a chicken maybe on a good day by themselves. But they only could use simple weapons such as like short swords or clubs or something like that. What you do know about goblins is normally when they do attack a caravan or anything like that, it is kill on sight.
Come along, Foghorn. There's cluckery to spread.
Like, it's kill on sight, and they never take prisoners. So that detail is a little strange.
Something doesn't seem right. When he was describing the scenario, they don't normally take prisoners. It's killed on sight. The old saying goes, and I believe my old brother said it, in Goblin's way, it's killed or be killed if there's no set leader. So to take prisoners is something unusual.
That is weird.
One
Yeah,
moment, guys.
indeed.
Umbreon, you leave the building. As you do so, you are kind of spooked a little as you notice somebody coming up to the building, but they don't seem to care about what you're doing. I will get the person.
Excuse me.
You see Edwin just coming back. Umbreon, may I ask why you are leaving the building?
It seems like this is mostly a conversation, and I'm better at gathering information than discussing it.
Alright, so you're intending to go back to town maybe, or maybe just look around, see what you can find?
I'm gonna go to the area where the goblins attack.
Say that again without the sneeze.
I'm gonna go to the area where the goblins usually attack.
Alright. You see Edwin just walking his way over here as he leaves your sight, and you head back to town to check out, like, some of where the goblins normally attack. You won't be able to get into town, so you won't be able to see where some of the battle sites were, but they'll show you can look around the walls to see if they're getting in somehow. Alright. So, as you're doing that, go ahead and make me a survival or investigation check. I'll let you choose. Go ahead and make me one of those two, and then I'll let you know what information you get, but we're going to go back to the bigger group.
Got it.
Can I ask Lucille?
Lotus.
Lucille.
Oh, I thought you. I wasn't paying attention to things. I'm so used to being called Lucille.
No, I'm talking to Lucille. Lucille.
Yes?
I had a question. Just generally, what is the history of Heroesville Way? Just if there's anything I can gather, and I'm saying this both in and out of character, if there's anything I can gather from just the history of what might be causing these attacks.
Heroesville was always a quiet little town. It really wasn't much of excitement like some of the bigger cities of this region. However, we were always known in Heroesville as like the guild to get shit done. Ever since Marth made the guild about 20 years ago. However, due to the more exclusive guilds rising up, a lot of the adventurers left or ended up dying on very hard jobs. And we've been having trouble getting new recruits lately. Heroesville is known as a trade hub, either by sea, but more likely through caravans. So, without their trades, it's starting to take a while for It's,
Things to come in.
yeah, things to come in and get to the shelves. That's why the armor, you probably noticed the armor of the guards are not too well. They're not getting any metal or any materials to keep their armor well maintained.
Sorry. I was in the midst of trying to mute.
So let me check here. Investigation of 5. Unfortunately, Umbreon, as you walk around the walls, you don't really see any way that they could get in other than from the front gates or the other gates around the town, which are pretty well guarded from what they can do. There's at least 2 guards at each entrance and exit, so basically 1 on each side of the wall. But you also notice walking around, because you could just simply see this, there's plenty of like archers and what looks to be at least maybe 1 or 2 riflemen, which is very important because black powder weapons are not extremely common yet, but they are starting to get disputed out to like people. But that's about all you can tell with your investigation check, unfortunately. You do not gain any information about how the goblins are getting in.
Understood. Then I will hide by the castle walls until I see some commotion starting.
Alright, are you going to do by the entrance like you were trying to come in from beforehand, or a different entrance?
But the entrance nearest to the place where they usually come in from, or what information tells us they're coming in from.
That's kind of the problem. There's no set pattern. They can attack from the north, they can attack from the south. They've just been attacking randomly, but they are fleeing towards the southeast. So you probably want to be near the southeast entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that is the entrance from earlier, I will state. The one you were trying to go through.
Got it.
The rest of the party, what do you guys want to do about this? How do you guys want to proceed with this problem?
Investigation. I'd say we probably need to go and try to investigate some things. The town's not open right now, so we can't go and check in inside, so we might as well try to find something on the outside. Like our dear cat friend who went with us. Where was
BM, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I can't remember who was told, so you'll have to remind me if it was me or someone else so I don't metagame. But I remember someone being told that there was, if you had specific business, you could get into the town. Do we have anything showing we're from the guild?
No, you do not have any particular knowledge, and also I believe that was told to I think that was told to who was first in initiative again? I think that was told to them.
Piercy.
Yeah, you were told that, you were the one who was told that.
Okay.
If I remember right. I could be remembering wrong, but yeah.
Then I'm gonna guess the thing, and I'm gonna tell the team let's head up towards the entrance.
And what do you want to say, Tix?
Tix would say at some point he would like to investigate where they're fleeing to. Maybe he can find markings to indicate that they're going to continue to use this, or is this just temporary?
So, where do the players want to go? Tix, you want to go investigate possibly what could be their escape route?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone want to go with Tix?
I will.
go.
Never
I'll go
mind.
too.
Never mind. I'll let her go off.
There could be more than just one.
Yeah.
Or two.
I mean, sure. Okay. Yeah, why not?
All
I'll
right.
go. I'm really curious about the other machine marked.
All right.
At least
so
all is.
what I will do is There could
Meow.
in this blue box is who goes with Tex, and in this pink box right here is who goes to the front gate. Umbreon, for your character, you could also go with Tex, but it's basically they'll pick you up on the way because they will have to pass that entrance. So if you do want to go with them, so TRC, you want to go to the front gate? Okay.
Um,
I'll move the box slightly.
Blue's torn. He's staying on the middle line.
Blue's torn. He's like in the middle. It's like, which one should
What
I
is
pick?
up, Retro? You had a question?
yeah. Is there? He's asking her. He's like, I don't suppose there's any remnants from any of the incidences that we could use as a form of tracking, like scent shit. Like, they do they have any like pieces of clothing from these things, or hair, or something like that?
The bodies, any goblin bodies that were, like, this would be in your little stacks of notes. Any bodies that were killed, like for the goblin raid from the goblins, were burnt. A lot of their cloth wasn't salvageable, so they also burnt that. What little weapons they did have, until they started getting into the armory and getting more weapons, was recovered and put into storage. So you don't really have anything that can, you can track through smell. You don't have anything like that, but maybe if you find more goblins, you can use their scent to reverse engineer tracking, you know?
Wait.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I was about to say, I wouldn't be able to have any better chance at that, would I?
No. If I remember right, both you and Retro are playing the same race, which I believe is what Retro is planning to do.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize they were planning on using the same feature. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm playing with Doggo too. So yeah, either he or his helper were going to track.
So Sophia,
Yes.
do you want to go at the gate, or do you want to go with like the scouting party? We can say. And Umbreon, are you staying at the gate as well? Because they can pick you up on the way, but
This one's staying at the game.
okay. So do note, I do take priority over bigger groups of who we interact with first. So
I like how Blue's in the middle. It's like,
Blue, you must make your decision.
between
He hasn't decided on
I
where
just
he wants to
can't-
be. He's just like,
Roll a D100 and decide that way. It's like flipping a coin. Just call heads, like call odds or evens on like going to the scouts and all that.
Odds, gate, evens, scout.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Not what I do.
So even
I
with
do
scout,
not.
right?
Yeah.
Why does the X on her character?
My fucking mouse was glitched.
I'll fix it. I'll fix it. There. So Blue's gonna go to scout. An interesting.
Yeah. This actually makes sense because I do kind of have that eye for noticing small details. So
The last two players, please make your decisions. All right, and where will your familiar go, Gray? Is it coming with you or staying near the gate?
Sit.
what do you want to do, boy?
I would prefer you steading, like.
Huh?
No, that wasn't towards you, Blue. That was towards the familiar.
Familiar.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was asking what he wanted to do.
So
It's like he wants to stay.
yeah, he wants to stay with you.
Okay.
And
Oh,
I'll
that's
ask my familiar which one to pick. What do you think the best option?
The scout party just became a party.
Yeah.
they say
Just
that
kidding, the party.
they say that the scout party could be the more dangerous path from what they can tell.
yeah.
Mhm.
It's
So-
also the intention.
But it recommends that you make this decision. As a true
Okay.
magical girl will always know what to do.
This leafless. I'll go on the scout then.
And I hate this fact, I hate this fact, I hate this fact. Alright, so we're gonna have to go to Google for this real quick.
Oh boy.
I think we broke his game.
Not really. It's more the fact of I don't have the battle map. It's not working.
Oh.
I'm just gonna grab a quick battle map.
You're fine.
And
So to the small group then.
Do this bulk age group then.
I will in a moment. I'm just handling something.
You're fine.
I didn't think they would just dead asses go right there.
They're like, I didn't think they would.
I like how it's like it was a game. Light party, full party.
I thought it was going to be like an even split, but no, it's like everybody's going to go
No.
look for shit.
That's what I thought
These
too.
I couldn't
Yeah,
make
it's
up my
literally-
mind.
Yeah, it's literally just like in Final Fantasy 14 when you're actually going into an 8-person dungeon queue. The majority of the time you've already got 4 people, and then it just pops up light party, and then you get the other 4 people, and it says full party. Just before you go into the dungeon, you're like,
That's
all right,
why
all
I
right.
made that reference. That's why I made that reference.
It's like you sit there in queue for 15, 20 minutes waiting for all the roles to get filled. And you finally go
Yep.
into the dungeon, and then you see the full party thing pop up, and you're like, finally.
Finally, the queue is up.
Huh.
Finally, I can accept it.
And the worst part about it is you'll be sitting there going into queue, and all of a sudden you've got 30 seconds to answer it. So
Yeah,
you're like, God,
you have to be there, or you won't
you got
answer.
the keyboard thing.
God forbid you have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
I
I've
know.
seen it happen, and in some of the late game stuff, it gets even the queue times are even higher because less people are actually doing those actively all the time. So
Yeah, you have to get lucky though.
I'm rambling. Anyway,
Do keep a note, guys. This is not my battle map, so I don't have proper cover and all that set up. Like I do on my other
You're
maps, such as line of sight covers and shit.
well,
That's
I mean-
okay.
I mean, if you wanted to add some quick obstructions or something, I mean, you could. It's up to you.
No, what I
Mhm.
mean, okay. So in Heroesville, the map and this map, I actually have it set up where it could tell you if you guys can see the target of an attack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
It's got that line of sight thing. on
I
it.
see.
Has like a visual cone to actually show us
that I
what we
can
can see. What we can't.
what I can turn on and off. Yeah.
Right.
This one doesn't
Oh.
have that, but
The Fog of War, right?
not just fog of war. It's dynamic lighting.
Like,
So you guys will be up here on this side of the river. I will draw a square, and you guys can walk in any order from that square you wish.
Mm-hmm.
Here is the square. You guys set your tokens the way you want to set them.
Blue, after you. Never mind.
I will state you guys are exploring the path of where the goblins are fleeing towards, so it's going to be a little while until.
Yeah.
So this will take a couple. To really get a good investigation, this will take about, I don't know, 2 hours maybe, roughly. I'll double check.
Hi, the Jersey put put a token where mine was. Just like, oh, I guess
Yeah,
you
I
can
put
stand
my
right
token
behind me.
there. You put your
I'm just gonna
token on
stand
top
right
of
behind you, lay
mine.
on your ass.
I will say. Oh, Cam, you have to go.
Yeah.
Is there a particular reason?
All honesty, just it's personal reasons.
Okay, then you may go. I'm going to say Doll decided to go to the gate. Okay.
All right. You guys have fun.
All right.
Have a good night.
Hopefully it gets taken care of.
All right,
Mm-hmm.
everyone, please make me a survival check for tracking.
Oh no.
Survival.
Dang it.
Okay.
I will.
That's that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh,
1.
nice.
I will say the DC is 13.
Okay, not.
I
Oh,
think
I
I've
did.
way past fucking.
Hey.
Damn, at 20. At 20.
All right, hang on.
This is a 20.
Let me get my sheet pulled up.
That's 2.
My bad. I didn't mean to roll with advantage. Let me fix that really quick.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. That's 2.
Advantage.
Roll with
toggle.
advantage?
No.
No. I did that by accident. That's why you see. That's why you.
We
That's
roll
why you.
normally. So.
So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you guys may move how you wish.
I could have
Okay.
20.
Check through the trees, man.
Check through the tree.
Hey, yeah, you may have to check Jet stuff to see because I couldn't roll his shit. For some reason, I can move him, but I can't move him because they don't have the
Check
thing.
over here.
Wait, I just looked at the stream overlay. Am I really the only frontliner?
Pretty much.
Out of everybody?
Yes.
Oh no.
Okay,
Sadly,
that was
but
a thing.
yes.
Let's go.
Okay, so you only run into. I see how you play. I see how you guys plan. You gaming.
Gaming?
That's for gaming, no plus.
Gammon?
I don't know how to.
I would like everyone's passive perceptions.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Minus 12. I'll type
Perception?
it. Yeah, or passive perception.
I don't.
Yeah, or passive.
Passive.
It'll be directly under your skills. It'll say passive wisdom, and then
Yeah.
All
12.
these people put their good stats and like mental stats like weirdos.
Okay, one moment.
The thing says passive wisdom and it says perception, and then
Yeah.
it doesn't. Oh, 14.
yeah,
Yeah, passive wisdom perception. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
yeah. That's meant
That's
to be
what
your.
you want.
That's meant to be your perception skill
Or it
At-
is
at all times,
it
basically.
is 10
Mhm.
plus perception proficiency.
Yeah.
Option. Ew. Or passive
let's
anyway.
see, so their thing is that.
Yeah, so-
Okay.
That's meant to be like the DC that someone's meant to get past to be able to like sneak up on you or something.
Mhm.
Not
Then-
necessarily.
Not specifically, but it's kind of it's one of the main things that I think it.
It's like taking 10 on perception.
Yeah.
Mhm. But this is just what you guys would notice passively, so that's the main thing.
Thank Christ.
See that plus that? Okay. Okay. Blue. First, everyone, Sophia, you still need to move once, and then,
Sorry.
like, everyone moves once their maximum movement, and then I'll tell Blue what he sees. That is a giant tree, by the way, Blue.
This is a tweet.
All right.
And it's one of those cone trees that the bottom come fully down, you know?
Oh, okay, I got you. So it's like a kind of grows like a yeah. I was about to say a spruce or an evergreen.
Yeah.
In a way. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Let me see. Let me double check my spacing here.
Please stop moving. Thank you.
Yeah, he's doing something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm double checking. Right. I'm gonna go right there.
Okay, Blue. As you do move there, you notice several things that are wrong. You notice hiding in the trees, as this one over here lines up its shot. And we'll get to fire onto Nuka.
Uh-oh.
So this will first happen, and then we'll roll initiative, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Oh, Mel went BRB at the worst time.
Worst time, Mel.
Okay, what is your... Okay, your number in red is 12, which means I need to roll above a 12 or a 12 to hit you. Because we are doing meat beats.
Yeah.
7. You guys hear a giant poop as Nuka, you quickly kind of jump out of the way, like you seriously jump out of the way quickly as a pistol shot is heard loud and clear as the rest of the goblins go kind of jump out of their hiding spots. Everyone, roll initiative as Blue. You actually beat every goblin except for the goblin with a gun.
Oh.
Except the one with the pistol.
Yeah.
Except the one with the pistol.
As you did stop a goblin ambush.
Thank God.
I
Sort
mean,
of.
You stopped 90% of it, and that's all that matters.
I mean, that one shot didn't land, so I'd count that as a win. Passive perception for the win.
Man, I'm rolling. Remember to click on your tokens, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking shit.
Okay. Familiars. I also need you guys to roll your familiars tokens.
That's a hella crazy initiative roll.
Can do.
How does one roll initiative again?
Click your token.
Fight starting.
Yeah. Yeah. Click your token. And open up your character sheet, and then click the box that says initiative above your current hit points. It is between.
For some reason it has the other name.
Yeah.
Some reason. The initiative order. Some reason. It somehow it says my name on there too, Rose of Sophia, which is weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe hold on, change your name.
Yeah.
Or I don't know.
It's your chat name, I think.
Where's initiative again?
It's between speed and armor class on your character sheet.
It's just something with the sheet.
Weird.
Yeah.
It says midnight right there, but not in the initiative order. That's weird.
We'll get that fixed. We'll get that fixed later.
Okay, I'm not worried about it. I thought just let you know.
So, initiative.
Here you go.
Initiative is. Remember, have your character selected like you're about to move it. Yes, like that. Holy shit, Mel. That's a really good initiative.
That's a good
I think you're going first.
You have a -1 initiative, dude.
Yeah. I'm limping, my bro.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense.
All right.
I forgot.
Now we start combat.
I just didn't want to reiterate it every
Christ,
time.
Mel.
You need to roll your initiative too for your familiar.
Blue. I mean, not blue. Gray. Please roll initiative for your familiar.
I'm trying to.
You have your.
I have his sheet up right now. I'm looking at his character sheet.
Have him hovered and click his name. Click Jet.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, I know that. I always clicked like the little red.
There's a little. Yeah, there's a real red dice. Right.
It was like a little tiny and like D20 outline type thing.
Yeah.
Has like Inish over it.
Yeah, it's like I.
Yeah. INTIT.
The button thingy, the wheel, the 3 different doobly-doos. I don't see the initiative.
It'll probably like next to their name.
And just click
Yeah.
Jet. Like the name in red. Just click it.
Yeah.
Head.
Oh.
The sheet's working. I just checked that.
You can click his name over here where my player sheet is, but I do not see his name
Not
when I click on him on the game.
No, on the character sheet. Like when you open it.
like when you go to move to look at its stats and all that.
Yeah?
You see where its name is in red. Like above his armor class and all that.
Oh, here?
Yeah. Why haven't you... Yeah, that's how you do it.
That's how you do
I
it.
was like, what in the hell?
Yeah. Alright.
Cool.
First, let's check to see if anyone has a shared turn. No, we don't.
This time.
Yes.
And you gotta love when that happens.
Oh, that sucks when that happens.
Yeah.
Huh?
It sucks when that happens if you have a super high initiative.
True.
But, Mel, you are the one who goes first. What do you want to do?
Oh. I wasn't here to hear. So, I'm over half of the ambush is taken care of?
The amp...
Which one is the
there
one?
was one shot, and that's all the ambush got.
Yeah, they
whiffed.
There was
So now combat started.
Yeah, there was gonna be multiple shots, but
Nope, just
my
one.
past move. Oh,
There was
never
only
mind.
one goblin with a gun.
Only one special enough. Hey, by special enough, I mean with the quickest hands.
I would, let's see, open my sheet. Shit. That's what my thing's called. Sorry. This is for when choosing.
Now, Mel, remember, in this game, you have 4 action types. Your main action, your bonus action, you have movement, just like PTU. Then you have reactions, which are basically little tricks you can do on other people's turn. You get all of these back at the start of your turn. And unlike PTU, you can break up movement. So if you want to move, do actions, and then use the rest of your movement, you can.
So
Every square
I'm going-
is 5 feet. I will state
5
that.
feet?
Yep. I will state, for everyone who cares, moving across water here is difficult terrain.
Got it.
So it'll take an extra 5 feet per square you move across water with.
That
And I'm
makes
counting every square, like any square that has any blue on it to be difficult terrain.
Got it.
Josie and I are the only ones that have any way of getting around that.
Let's see.
And actually,
So
I have a way to get around it as well.
I'm going to first take out my sickle from its sheath. And then I'm going to this one in front of me. Is the one in front of me have the gun?
No, it does not. It has what looks to be a scimitar.
Yay, scimitars are awesome.
I will state summoning is an action. It is a
Okay.
main action.
It's main action? Okay. So for my main action, I'm gonna do my other action this side. For my main action, I'm going to summon Grizz.
All right, and
He's fighting beside me.
remember,
I know.
roleplay it.
She would reach into her shirt quickly, pull out the key in a swift motion, and then yell, "Open! Gate of the Bear! Grizz!"
Oh yeah! It's time to kick some ass!
Also,
Yeah. Who needs
Comedian's got the no bear on.
I like it. Oh my gosh. That's so cool.
I had the right to kick ass and bear arms, motherfucker.
Oh yeah! Now, since you had a little trouble with your sheet, I'm gonna go ahead and roll Grizzly's initiative. As he does get his own initiative.
Cool.
16.
That's not bad. Not great, not bad.
Don't talk to me about bad initiatives.
I really can't. Yours is pretty bad.
I was gonna open Grizzy's sheet and do it, but okay. Anywho, though. So, she's gonna look at Grizz and says, "Alright, Grizzy. Looks like we have some fun to play, don't we?"
Oh yeah, we do.
She'd take out her sickle.
He has his hand axe out. As I decide,
Cut him down.
I did decide to give Grizzly a hand axe instead of a great axe for now.
Okay.
But he can make a claw attack and a hand axe attack. So.
Yes. Let's cut him down and get rid of him.
Alright, you still have your movement and action.
I'm going to... Grizz is in the way, fuck. I'm going to take out my sickle.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to try to either way it's possible via flex. I want to try to swing or make a critical hit on the goblin in front of me, or who's in front of Grizz. Yeah.
Unfortunately, you're out of melee, which is you got to be literally like right beside the token.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! So I'm going to
Which means more than likely you're
You
just
could
gonna
go
hit
into the
your-
tree. It's just the center part of the tree is the trunk.
Yeah.
It's just the rest of this is foliages, so it may get in your way of your attack. AKA
I'm gonna
opposing disadvantage on melee attacks from the bushes.
I'm gonna go around my newfound friends. Just gonna
There you go. You can squeeze through.
squeeze through them.
Oh,
And I'm going to try to
hey, move right here. Now you get advantage.
And now I'm gonna try to cut this bitch.
Unfortunately, remember, summoning me was a main action.
Oh fuck, right. So I'm gonna just stay on the defense for now.
Main action.
What was that?
I do apologize. I do apologize.
I'm so weird.
Don't me to full attention.
Yeah.
I'm going. Fuck you. Fuck nuggets.
Let's see how the chat's doing.
Yay, chat.
Hey, chat.
Chat.
How you guys doing? Hope everyone's enjoying the stream so far.
Not showing how many people at house are still here, but
Mm-hmm.
For now, I'm
Anyway,
just
if you're
gonna stay on the
watching the
defense. I'm done. That's my turn.
either way, if you're watching the VOD, we hope you enjoy.
Yeah, hopefully.
Uh-huh.
Grizz's
That's my
voice is
turn,
actually a little hard for me to say. But,
We love Grizzly.
We'll just believe until you say it otherwise. It's in his voice.
Alright,
Seth,
So
your turn.
Uh,
Actually, Mel, did you have anything else to do?
I'm gonna. No, I'm just at I am my turn.
so Seb, realizing that this is actually a good chance for him to actually cut loose a little bit, he's like, "All right, it's been some time since I've actually been able to perform some of my signature moves," and he takes both of his hands, claps them together, and begins to like rapidly rub them together, kind of Mr. Miyagi style, and begins to create sparks in between them. And as he separates them, he's going to there's like a clear, visible spark of electricity in between the two of them, and he is going to use tempestuous magic as a bonus action to cause a massive gust of elemental air to surround him, and
You move 10
I'm doing
feet
that.
without provoking an opportunity attack.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to cast a spell after that.
Mm-hmm.
So where you want to move?
Wait, like so happy. Please don't move there.
What?
He,
Please don't
he
move
gets
there.
to move wherever he wants.
I know he can.
What are you thinking, Fire?
It don't matter what I'm thinking. Just
Take your turn.
Okay,
Take your
well.
turn.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move there with that, but with the rest of my movement,
As
I'm going.
wind begins to swirl around you, you guys all see like a small vortex lifts him off, centering around his body mass instead of just his feet. The whirlwind picks him up and moves him over closer to the goblins.
But he's going to use a small bit of his action. No, actually, no.
That this would be a main action to cast a spell. And
I was about to say. So I have to cast a spell from this position.
Mm-hmm.
This changes things up a little bit, but
Okay, so Thunder Wave is not like a center on you type of spell. You have to draw the box, you know?
uh-huh.
So you can do something like this, or hold on. It is a 15-foot cube. So
But it says range self and target self.
it doesn't mean, it means like you have to do it within melee like this. So it's not like a burst.
Oh, so it has to be from me, but
Mhm.
it can't be centered on me.
Yep, you're correct.
Oh. I've always drawn it as like, you know, a wave.
A lot of
coming
people
away
mess.
from the
A lot of
caster.
no. I learned this in Grim Hollow. A lot of people mess up this spell.
Huh. I've always envisioned it as like a huge AoE that pushes everything away from you.
You can still do that. It's just you have to choose where the direction's coming from.
All right.
So you're gonna do it like that? Flip.
Yeah.
All right. Roll. Let's see. So first, I thought I said Thunderwave to do damage, like when you click it. So go ahead and click Thunderwave.
My bad.
You press description.
Yeah, I did.
So go ahead and roll Thunderwave, and I'll roll their cons.
Okay. Let me see. Level 1.
Do note, level 1 spell slots does take mana.
Uh-huh.
I believe that is 2 mana points. So -2 from your blue bar.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me look at that really quick.
You have a total of 14.
Alright, now I have 12.
And I always will roll in the public when it comes to saves and shit. Alright, and the other one also gets a roll.
Yep.
Okay, meat beats, so that save means that this second goblin is not pushed away. However, the first one is still pushed away, and I think they take
He takes half, but he is not pushed.
So half is 5. Half is 5, and then oh my god, fuck.
Shenanigans.
So all of the tokens are linked together.
Oh then.
That's not good.
It's fine.
That's very bad.
What, babe?
I'll just have to fix that later. And the other one takes a -10.
Mm-hmm.
And is pushed 10 feet away from me, so.
Now, question, do you provide an opportunity attack or anything? Actually, no, I think just ranged spells gives you disadvantage. I think it's another system that does opportunity attacks like that.
I forget.
yeah.
Nuka. Sorry, I've been playing a lot of PTU lately.
You're good.
Don't I still have a main action?
That was your main action.
Yeah, casting the spell was your action.
It's
Main
just
action, bonus action, movement. Okay, yeah.
you still
Never mind,
have
go ahead.
movement. You still have movement and your bonus action. I don't think your wind thing counts as a bonus action. No, it does. Okay, so you still have your 30 feet of movement. And also we're echoing. Who are we echoing with?
Let's see.
Mm.
Hold on, I'll check. Great, I'm echoing with you.
I will take an
Please?
opportunity attack with this. Or from him if I move. So yeah. Let's go over.
Try that.
That's better.
Let's go over here.
Okay, that is going to be an opportunity attack, and the goblin will take it.
Uh-huh.
Abruski! Not a crit.
Hey, super.
Someone said the word.
As the goblin does slice your back, ruining your clothes slightly, and blood is dripping from your back.
Nothing I'm not used to. Ow.
Still hurt.
Still hurts like hell.
Yuka, your turn. Remember, your familiar
Alright.
will go on its own turn.
I know. Shit, where's the one? Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'll do.
Brother, be careful.
I realized that I'm such a fool.
You want to cast Move Dirt?
I don't have many other things I can do at the moment. I mean, I was going to use my fire thing, but it's not set up at the moment.
What fire thing?
You remember the fireball thingy where you go snappy snap with the fingers and go flamey? Well, I don't have it at the moment, so I'm using what I can.
Hold on.
Great bonfire.
Create bonfire, or are you using like firebolt?
A firebolt kind of thing where it's just like, I'm just gonna sit here and go.
That's an easy
snap.
spell to put in.
Phew.
That's an easy spell to put in. There you go. It's in.
Thank you.
And who are you casting this on as well? You can go ahead and recast it, because seriously, we should have done your spells and make sure of it. But
They're all on again.
you can.
Thank you.
Which one, by the way?
I want. Oh, this guy.
Can you ping him? Yep. Okay. That 24 does hit. Roll damage. You can click the name of Firebolt on the where you rolled the to hit, Gray, and that will auto roll damage for you. By the way,
Wait, if I just click on the.
like
Oh.
where you rolled to hit, yeah. If you click there, like hover over the name and click it, it will auto roll damage for you.
Yeah. You just click firebolt in that little box.
I want. Great.
If you want, I'll roll damage and you can continue with the rest of your turn.
I mean, I can click the thing again, but I wasn't seeing it on the.
No, in the chat.
In the Roll20 chat.
Yeah, click it in the chat.
Mm-hmm. If you click
Yeah, and
it,
the name Firebolt in the chat will turn red when you hover over it. That means you can click it, and now roll damage.
mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh wait, where the hell is my fireball?
It's right there. It says
Scroll down.
right.
Scroll down.
It's all the way. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Hover over the name Firebolt. There we go.
There you go.
There you go.
As you hear the worried thoughts of your companion, who is in your satchel, I should state, you quickly channel through a small circle on the palm of your hand. Flame starts to flicker and fire, and you quickly just point it out, and it just shoots out as a projectile from your hand. The flame hits the goblin's head, setting it ablaze. The body falls lifeless in front of you.
Roast a goblin. How nice.
You still have your movement and bonus action. Which I think you just want to use your movement at the moment.
Idea we'd have to roast him. No, he's not gonna move too far. He's just gonna move a little. I wouldn't even know what to do for my bonus. The hell are my bonuses? Let's see. Oh, I need to go back here.
As you're figuring out the rest of your movement and all that, I'll go ahead and move on to Grizzly, if that's okay.
You're good.
Okay. Grizzly. Mel, it is Grizzly's turn.
Yeah?
Yeah, you will control him.
Alright, young one, what you want me to do?
What you do best. Chop them up and cut them down.
Well, go ahead and roll my attacks for me then.
Okay, shoot. I'm still
Remember, I have advantage.
I don't know how to read, so you need to do that for me.
You're talking to a dyslexic person. Haha. Fuck. Shit.
Yeah, you're more
Fuck
chaos.
That's
Yeah.
initiative. That is initiative. Wisdom.
You just hover over claws, or if you hover over claws or hand axe, you see it gold red. It's under it should be under actions or attacks. I don't remember which one it's actually put under, but it's under one of those two. It's under actions. There's multi-attack, which means I can make at least one attack with each my claws and hand axe. So hover over claws first, and click the name when it goes red.
I'll be back, guys.
Okay, but
Oh yeah!
Good hit.
Good hit! Now, you see where you rolled the hit in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
Now, hover over attack on that little box. Does it go red?
No.
You did it! Good job!
there you go.
No, it doesn't. Does it anyway.
Does it anyway.
I dealt 7 damage. Grizzly Claw! As he just slices the back of this guy's back. Alright, remember, I get multi-attack, so you can have me roll with my hand axe if you want me to hit this thing.
Yes, I do. I want you to kill it.
Oh, I'm doing my best.
I know. Grizzy.
Aren't we all, Grizzy? Aren't we all?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, this kid, that's things that he's watching.
Ooh, unfortunately, even with advantage, I don't hit that one. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Grizzy.
Grizzly Axe! As he says it right before it comes over, the goblin quickly moves out of the way. This is an anime campaign. Of course we gotta announce our attacks. It's like the unspoken rule.
Look, these little shits are annoying.
He sticks its tongue out at you.
You know, you're more annoying than my little brother.
Man, if only you understood Goblin, that insult would have hit different.
Yeah.
Yep.
Goblin.
I don't think anyone here understands Goblin.
I don't think it was
I don't think so either.
Cat's turn. Flying Kitty.
Kitty. Flying Kitty. Midnight.
And then it will be Doggo's turn after that.
Yes. Let's see here.
Serena, we must help.
Yeah, I know that.
It's time to let your true identity be revealed in a most fantastic manner.
Oh God.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
It's like just metaphorical. Put on sunglasses. We'll need these.
I will make a little thing for the stream, so when they do... it's gonna take time, but when I do make a second token for Rose, that is the actual transformation, I will have that play.
But for now...
Unfortunately, we are limited.
That's okay. I think our viewers are watching can use their imagination.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can, at least for now.
That's gone cold
At least
for a
for
bit,
now.
but that's fine.
So,
Where's the
what's
cat?
the best... Okay, I know. So what's the best way to do that,
The cat...
Let's see, what's...
Okay.
Sorry.
Continue.
I have to wait for my turn to do that, right?
Yeah, it's your cat's turn.
Okay.
The cat gets to go.
Never mind. Cat gets to go. I'm just trying to figure out what can my cat do for right now. Let's see. What can you do for right now?
For one, cat could get their butt over there to actually be able to attack.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, for now, you go ahead and I'll make my special entrance.
I'll set it up for you. If you will, I will actually control your token here, as they will give you the setup.
Yes.
Alright then. So I'm controlling your familiar, and they're going to set up the stage for you.
Yes. Set up the stage for me, Midnight.
Of course. I'm gonna fly over here.
I'm gonna love this.
Chris, can you tell me again why we're friends with these people?
As multiple pink and sparkling dancing lights start to array around the battlefield.
Dear God.
I don't have a token for the sparkling lights, but we can just imagine they're
It's
there.
fine.
Hold on, this is important. It has concentration, so the cat needs to keep concentrating on this.
Yeah, fortunately.
What'd you say, Fire?
It's important. It's for the gram.
It's for the grand. It's for the grand action.
It is the dog's turn.
I just like to say, the freaking opening should be an attack in its own self with the bright lights.
I mean, technically, if they have light sensitivity, it could be.
But they don't.
It could be. It's not.
See here. The canned peppers. Ah, yes.
Wolf, wolf. Wolf, wolf. Death. Wolf.
Or it's deathly.
Wolf, wolf.
Ow, ow, wow, yippee, yo, yippee,
Really, Mel?
Hey, I was going with her. See that one? Points to this thing. Actually, maybe. No. You know what? No. This one.
Alright.
Fetch. Basically, go nom.
So you want him to fly over here and use his bite attack?
Yeah, just nom.
Alright, roll it. If you just hover over the word of bite, it should be there.
There's claws and the elemental.
I think it's just claws. I don't
Okay.
think you have a bite.
No, but you can still do this.
He still numbs. Unfortunately, the goblin kind of puts its sword up to keep its sharp teeth from entering its flesh.
It's sort of already seizing from the seizure it's getting from over there, so it's harder to hit.
Fire, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I'm telling you, the freaking opening should be a weapon of its own self.
Rose.
Yes.
I will remind you, if I remember right, your main shtick is the sequence.
Yeah, I know.
I will state it is an action to
I
do
know.
your. Do you want to transform?
Yes, I do.
But first you move, right? So your familiar bright lights doesn't go to waste, right?
Yes.
All right, you move into the crowd and describe your transformation for me.
Oh, I don't know.
Role play it.
I didn't think of this part. Okay, I'm good. Holds up, like, I don't know. A magical girl, like, let's see.
Do you
I don't know.
do you want me to describe it?
No, I want to do this. I got this. I'm excited. That's all. I can explain stuff. I can do this. Holds up like their magic pendant. Yeah, I'm gonna call it that. I don't know how I'm gonna call it now. I don't know what the name is.
Arcane focus. We'll just say it. We'll just say it's an arcane focus.
Okay. You want me to roll that or no?
No, you don't have. If you want, you can roll performance just to see how cool your transformation sequence is. I'll give you that. You wasted your action, so I'll give you a performance check.
You might as well. Fuck.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to.
I mean, if you're gonna full send it, might as well.
So roll performance for your transformation sequence.
Performance.
As you come in to go into your transformation, you know, considering that you didn't put any weapons or anything unique or even a costume into the magical space, I
did, but I just can't remember on top of my head.
You come back wearing kind of the same outfit with slight modifications, and the goblins are not too impressed. And your teammates aren't well, I'll let the teammates decide if they're impressed with an 8 performance.
You can't see my reaction.
I can see your reaction, Tix. What is it? I want to hear this.
All right. I cannot process that current emotion right now, as I do not know what it is.
Lotus is sort of
magical girl transformation here.
That's the end of your turn then, because that's your movement and your action. And I don't think you have anything as a bonus action.
I don't think I do.
Lotus should just look at the magical girl, look at Grizz, and look at the goblin, and just shake her head and go, I think we all can agree that she needs to work on it.
It's her first time, so she's kind of excited and nervous, so don't blame her.
Gobble's turns. So, firstly, you know, there's a big strong man here, and there's a girl with antlers here. Let's attack the girl. Babuski.
I need to defend myself.
Babuski!
Oh no!
I defend myself.
Take 3 slashing damage, and then. Oh, Gray is rolling. Gray's typing. Oh, hey, Gray. It's the gobble's turns.
I'd like to try to Can I? Didn't you say that? I'm sure they did.
You want to try using your parry?
Yes, I want a parry.
Hold on. I think it's just Battlemaster parry, if I remember right. Parry. So you roll a d4 and then add your dex to it, okay? And you
Alright,
reduce the damage.
Roll a d4.
Wait, isn't your dex by minimum +3?
It's +4.
Oh.
I think it's you literally just parry the attack perfectly. But
yeah, you don't have to roll.
You don't have to roll. But nimble escape trigger.
I'm trying to figure out where to fucking roll.
You don't have to roll. Your dex is high enough.
Yeah, it just auto does no damage.
You auto bear it. You just slap him. Who you try to swing at you?
All right, this guy. He's gonna run up to Mr. Thunderboy. How dare you hurt my friends, Babuski! Oh, that's a critical failure.
Dare you beat me to it?
That should be fun.
This is gonna be interesting.
Do you want to do it, Fire?
Why would I want to do it? It's not my enemy.
It's not my enemy.
Blue, do you
says.
want to roll
Right.
its critical failure, or should I?
Blue, are you back yet?
Oh yeah, he BRB. I guess you are.
Yeah, okay. It's a D8, because I had more options.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I
Love
rolled
them
it in
options.
GM, but you guys could see it on the stream chat. I rolled an 8. So, on attack rolls for critical failures, 8 is 3 and 5. 3, fall prone. 5, trigger an attack of opportunity by one creature within range of you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It slips.
Please.
It slips on it trips on a branch, falling back first to Blue. I will let Blue know when he gets back. He gets a free opportunity attack against the fucker.
Okay.
Alright, this Gabo here. There's one thing that I didn't do with Gray, and that was set Jet's HP and AC. So I'll have to take a look at that real quick. AC is fucking 17, and HP is fucking... It's fucking 42.
Hell yeah, Boggy.
More than my familiar. Damn.
Built for it. Literally, the subclass the familiar went down was built for it. However, this Gabo here is going to attempt to hit the dog.
Yo, you'll get us canceled for doing that.
Oh my god!
Rolls again!
Hey, Gray, you there?
Yeah.
Do you want to roll the d8, or do you want me to?
Yep.
Okay, roll it.
Yeah.
Roll it.
Two.
Oh no.
Damn.
Have your movement half for 3 rounds. Bonus action. Goodbye. That's as far as he can move.
Twisted his ankle. It's like, nah, cheated.
This one down here is going to... Huh.
Damn branches coming out of nowhere. No, this sucks.
This one's going to move here and attempt to hit Smack Mel.
God. I can't parry, can I?
Nope, you use your reaction.
Well, there it is.
Oh!
Critical.
fuck.
Okay, so crits in my game.
Policy.
They get max damage roll and then they roll their damage dice. Also critical attack trigger. Fucking.
Let's try to
What do they want? They get to choose.
What a parry!
You're out. You
You
can't.
already parried.
Parry's a once around thing.
Yeah, it's a reaction.
Can
You only
Can
get
I
one of
dodge?
those. No.
Can I dodge?
It's going to choose the target suffers from one critical failure. One of the critical failures for a save immediately. So, first damage. So, I'm going to re-roll Goblin's attack for, I'm going to re-roll the attack. I'm going to roll its damage. So that's 8, and then we add 6 to that.
Oh god.
I don't want to suffer.
Not Lunaria. What is
Lotus.
it? Lotus. Sorry. Lotus. You take 14 damage, and then can you please roll me a d8 to see what happens?
1 dash. Okay.
Okay.
R. 1. R.
R.
It's.
Okay. /R space 1d8.
Thank you. Oh.
4. At the start of your next turn, you may choose one of the following options with your actions. You can either make one weapon attack or cantrip and half your movement, one weapon attack or cantrip making attack rolls with disadvantage and saves with you being made against advantage, a bonus action and half your movement, attack action, or cast a spell. You have to choose one of those. You basically... So, at the start of your next turn, Mel, you have to do one of these with your action. You can't do anything else with it. Like, you have to choose one of these for your whole turn.
And
It bashes you in the head and kind of insults you with its own tongue, and somehow you understand the insult.
What was the insult?
You look like a thing that belongs on the front of my cart! Your antlers will make a nice thing above my fireplace!
Touch my fucking antlers, you little shit, and I'll skin you alive!
Go ahead and
She
try
said.
it!
I will!
Okay, Goblin
Damn.
with the gun. It's gonna try its gun again.
damn, you didn't draw a little Glock on his portrait. I'm upset.
Hey, magical girl.
Yes.
You know, I sort of saw this one coming. I'll show you
Of
some
course.
magic, alright?
I'll show you some magic. Bada ba bam!
Oh,
I could try.
goblins are rolling good.
Goblins for
Fucking take your 7.
take
Oh,
my
wait,
7
wait,
damage.
did that goblin ever load last time?
Let's see.
Yeah,
Because
that's
he shot the one that had just now got to his turn. And that has the loading property.
I would say yes, but
Okay.
that's only because I already rolled it and did the damage. But
Yeah,
I will
fair enough.
say that it will spend its action next turn reloading.
Yeah, I didn't know if
But-
it had loading or not, or the loading happened.
It does, it does. Bye-bye. And
how dare you shoot me?
and
Come on.
since it broke line of sight, bye-bye, as it will take the hide action.
Loading only takes your bonus action.
Oh, loading
Okay.
only takes bonus action?
Fair enough.
Yeah, it just stops you from
Oh.
using multiple extra
Yeah,
attacks.
so it just can't hide.
Oh, then it will load now. It shot the magical girl and fucking ran. I think everyone would.
Yeah,
Ticks, your turn.
thank God. Finally. I almost shut down for a second.
Hold on, ticks. That was too good. That was too good. Go ahead and give yourself a hero point for that one.
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you remember what they do?
Not fully.
Okay, hero points as I will state for not only you guys but also the stream. Hero points can be used to do one of the following. Auto-pass a skill check, must be done before the roll. Add +5 to hit an opponent with an attack or spell. Pass a save check, this can be done for spells and other saves. When falling unconscious, you can spend 1 hero point to go at 1 HP or gain insight. Basically, you ask me a question and I give you a hint. Like, of what's going on. Hero points last until you use them, but you can only have 1 hero point. Like, per player, not per party. But that was too good. That's worth a hero point.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try to slap the goblin.
Do you want to add +5 to hit? Actually, you could do that before or after you roll, so that, like, you can, yeah. You think you can smack me? Prove, you know what? No, prove me. Prove it to me. Prove that you can smack me. Go on, do it. Oh, you do hit. You do hit. I bet you, yeah, you roll shit damage.
Him.
You roll
That's okay. Hold on. That's fine. If you think so, hold on. Test a true warrior then.
Once per turn when you taunt them to attack you. So they have to hit you?
If he goes to make a melee attack against someone else, I'm going to tell him, no, hit me instead, buddy, or you're a coward.
You know what? He'll take that chance. He'll take that chance. It's not like Antlers over there can actually do anything. No. So, please choose. Do you want to make an attack or cantrip? You want to make a weapon attack or cantrip and have half your movement. Make an attack or cantrip and be able to use your bonus action, but you get disadvantage on hitting them and they get advantage on the save. Or do you want to use your full action just to cast and do an attack or cast a spell? You have to choose.
Can I even cast spells?
You don't.
Sorry?
You can't.
Fuck nuggets.
So how do you want to do your attack, basically? You're forced to attack. You're not allowed to summon, you're not allowed to do anything else.
Slap a bitch.
They did.
When you choose this...
One slapped a bitch, and the other one shot a bitch.
For some apparent reason, apparently it slapped the knowledge of its language into my head as well. How wonderful.
Well, you see, that's the key to understanding Goblin. You have to suffer at least 1 concussion.
Shut up. Not just a goblin.
True.
And when you make a dexterity check or roll initiative, when you explain one, and the die roll.
What's going on?
Okay. I was reading ambush.
Oh. Ambush wouldn't help here.
But I'm trying to see what would.
You're kind of forced. Your turn.
Yeah, it's because of the critical hit. You're kind of locked into attacking.
Yeah, I can use combat superiority. Couldn't I?
No, that just gives you maneuvers.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. That's yeah.
Unfortunately, Mel, I recommend just taking the normal attack and not having movement. Because that way you can roll at neutral and not have disadvantage. That's my recommendation.
Okay. Alright, because I can't find anything else, I'm gonna have to.
So just roll your sickle.
Oh lord, let me get my thing. There we go.
Oh, Blue, hold on. While you're looking for that, Mel. So, Blue, the goblin here in front of you rolled a nat 1 when it tried to hit you. On the critical fumble table, it got to be prone, and you have the option to use your reaction to smack him for free.
Bitch slap him. Bitch slap him out of existence.
I will state, if you make a melee attack, this is with advantage. Because he is prone.
All right. Let me find it really quick.
All right. You do roll again and take the higher due to advantage. 14 hits.
Chop, chop. Just... Yeah, please.
Oh
Please,
yeah.
sir.
By
You would've heard
the
a
way,
crippled man, would you?
by the way, this would have been the only visible weapon that you would see on Seb is when he like separates his cloak. Basically, you would see a small hand axe and a little holster on his left hand
So
side.
roll hand axe damage. You remember how?
Somewhat.
You know where you rolled to hit? Hover over the name in the chat and then click.
Oh, that, yeah. There we go.
Oh, God.
As you kind of sink the axe pretty deep into him, luckily he fell like an idiot in front of you. Now, Mel, you may roll your attack to hit the goblin.
God, please be with me. Let me hit this dumbass so he won't take my antlers.
You let me hit him.
Let's see.
You just click sickle.
Yeah.
That is what I'm doing. It is doing nothing.
Oh. Are you clicking it in the box near the bottom or the box in the middle of the character sheet?
I believe I'm clicking it in the middle.
I don't even need to look at that.
What's going on? Okay, hold on.
He's clicking it, it's not doing it.
Oh, thank God!
Hold on. For some reason, it's using strength. Sickle's a dex weapon. That's finesse. One moment. Let me fix this before. Okay.
Let me have.
Here we go. There you go. 16, and the damage is 8. You slice a good chunk of its meat off. It's
Let me slice its throat. Let me aim for the throat.
Unfortunately, you do not do enough to kill.
So the throat, though.
No, it is not. It is a good chunk of the body. It does hang dingling off your sickle a bit, like the chunk of meat. Anyway, Seth, time for your actual turn.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Screw you, you goblin bitch.
Blue?
Well.
Why, Mr. Sailor Man, do you not have shocking grasp?
I do, but
It has advantage.
Alright, he's still prone.
Yeah.
Man, these goblins really had some shit luck there for a moment.
They're all pretty good there for their round.
This one rolled really well.
Alright.
Fucking goblin. Bullshit.
We'll just hit him with it, I guess.
Hit him with it.
You do roll advantage. Crit check.
Roll again.
You do hit, but crit check, just in case you crit.
Check.
Oh, hold on. Cancel.
Okay, so 19 does hit. Roll shocking grasp damage, and I believe the creature can't use its reaction, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't take reactions.
As you charge electricity through your axe, through the little bits of metal that you did line the head of the axe in, it starts shocking and it starts convulsing on the ground. It's not dead yet, but it's starting to foam a little bit in the mouth. All right. Anything else? Like, would you like to move? Would you like to use a... that was a spell, so you could trigger your thing. Oh, actually, does it have to be a level spell?
No. Yeah, first level or higher. Yeah, that was a cantrip.
Yeah. So, you do have your bonus action, and you have your movement.
fucking
Yeah.
celestial. I'm the piss poor celestial knight you've ever seen.
I don't have it. Any bonus action spells. which
You
sucks.
could just walk away from him. He can't. He literally can't stop you.
That's true.
You still got some up.
Just punch him.
Actually, no, because Shock.
Punch him.
You can't.
Yeah.
He already did his attack action.
Yeah, he already did his attack.
Can't he just poke him with a stick then?
I can move away from him at least.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. We might as well not stay in slashing range.
Come near me, please help.
Help me.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. I'm so sorry I had to.
No.
This one you run further back behind her.
This is anime, not Star Wars.
Anything else, Blue? That it?
That's all I can do for now.
Nuka.
Your turn, Retro.
Want to firebolt
Let's
again?
go.
I think you have magic missile too, but I don't know what you have for your spells. You can firebolt again.
Yeah, I intend to.
Who's
First
your
things
target?
first, though. Zoop.
The one in front of you?
I think that one's dead, isn't
It
it?
is. It's why it has red X.
I mean, you
this
could check
one.
this one.
Why I moved down here?
Ah.
To firebolt? Retro, firebolt's a range attack.
I was moving more over here so I don't hit the pupper.
You can. Okay.
Yeah, you want to be right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to hit the pupper. That's all.
Yeah.
Well,
This line is a lot better.
you want me to tell you why, Retro? Because any move one over, like to your left.
Right there.
Or that works too. Like either way.
Well, where do you want me to go?
I was saying, you're never
Right
really
there.
at risk of hitting your allies unless it specifies.
Yeah. Okay.
That's close
Now,
enough.
you can. The reason you don't want to do it in melee retro is because it's disadvantage.
I like I said, I only moved there because I didn't want to hurt the pupper.
That's fine. That's fine. So, firebolt.
Oh yeah.
Brother, this is
Oh,
a lot
no.
of violence. Brother, you missed.
Brother, you missed.
This is still a lot of violence, brother.
My brother.
Firebolt
Oh,
goes
violence.
Firebolt goes
I'm
wide.
sorry.
All right, Grizzly. Mel, do you just want the
Yeah.
Do you just want this goblin dead?
Yes, I want him dead as a doornail.
Then I'll go ahead and just speedrun this real quick because I am going to try the end session after this combat.
Okay. Sounds good.
Goblin death, any %.
Okay, that goblin dead. That goblin dead. That goblin
Yeah.
dead.
Goblin death
Grizzly
%.
still has movement.
He's just looking.
Sorry,
It's like-
idiot.
Oh, that yep.
Chop.
Oh, goblin dead. Goblin dead.
He's just literally walking
Goblin
around and
dead.
bopping hand axes into their heads.
And his claws, not just hand axe.
It's like, yep. This is what you get for hurting my mistress. This is what you get.
Oh,
They are-
fucking
they are
mistress. Excuse me, child.
I'm
Our relationship's a
That's
little
the point.
different.
Hello?
no. That's the female equivalent of master.
No, you are
Mistress.
still You're still master. You do never call. You are not allowed to say that. I am like your uncle.
This is out of character. I was
Jesus
confuzzled.
Christ.
Jesus.
There needs to be some Jesus on this stream. Oh God. Is that type
Not
of
my
content?
Christian.
No.
Not my Christian
Oh
being.
God.
Oh my.
Um,
For shame.
Shame.
Lunaria just be in her delirious state, be going, kick their ass, Crystal. I can't see straight right now, so just fucking murder them.
Hey, that's good. You're one step closer to understanding gospel.
So, Cat's turn. Cat's turn.
Key's turn. Cat's turn. Better get one to crazy.
Also, you're at 2 celestial points, not 3. Due to Grizzly costing 1, and your Lupus costing 1.
I don't know how to do it, so.
Okay. So, what does Cat want to do? Does it just... It could cast Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
Who's the target?
Give me a moment.
Oh no, it
It
has Toll the Dead.
It's literally
okay. Sure. Told the Dead of the Troll. Sure.
He's trolling us.
Goblin.
So, click Toll the Dead.
See what I did there?
I'll click it. Because...
I got it.
Okay.
I can do it.
On Midnight Street, click Toll the Dead.
Okay. Come on. Computer. Computer, pain the butt.
I think it's a wisdom save.
Yeah.
On Dole's part, I think. Yeah.
No damage.
Oh, Lord.
Damn.
Yeah, he rolled high.
Cat tried.
I thought I heard something. Must be my imagination.
Probably your buddy's skull's getting creamed over here.
Yeah! Doggo's turn.
Doggo?
Doggo's turn. You're Doggo.
Turn. Alright.
A total of 3 more goblins.
That
Careful, one's packing heat.
He's got the blicky.
you know what? Just for shits.
Just for shits? What? Oh, I think I know what you're doing.
Oh no.
No.
Is it time?
No.
Is it time for that cool little thing?
Time for the
Where?
cool thing.
Meow. Elemental breath.
Okay, the DC is a con. Go ahead and roll 2d6. DC is 12. Okay, it passes, so it only takes half.
Nice.
So, roll 2d6, and then we take half that damage. So we take 3. Skin burning away from the goblin, it is still standing. Rose.
Yes.
I will state, it is an action, they just keep posing there.
Okay. It's good to know. I'll stop posing and actually do something. You're welcome. And I want to do see. I'll just blast.
On who?
That's a
You have a few choices. Yeah, you can hit this goblin, or this goblin.
Or this one. This goblin.
Okay. Like Eldritch Blast, and describe what your Eldritch Blast looks like. Is it just a rainbow barrage of magic energy?
Sure, why not?
Alright, roll Eldritch Blast on your attacks.
Okay.
And did you just take the normal Eldritch Blast, or did you take the... not on spells. Go to core. Go to core.
Oh, okay.
There's an Eldritch Blast in there.
Oh. Nope. I want. Yeah. Yeah. Stop it. Yeah.
That hits. Now roll Eldritch Blast damage. Rose? Good.
There we go.
Magical wave of rainbow and
3.
powerful force damage does 3 damage to the goblin. The goblin is still standing, but it is limping. It is clearly hurt and is clearly on its last legs. Do you wish to do any movement?
Sure. Sorry. Let's see. I would like to move here.
Goblin's turn. Goblin 1. Okay, so we're going to disengage and start running. Goblin 2.
Well, you can.
Actually, before we disengage, one more smack for the pupper. That hits.
Oh no.
I know.
6 slashing damage. And then bonus action, run away. Goblin 2.
Would I get an action from the pupper because it ran away?
No, it
Disengage.
It has a bonus action disengage with
Okay, never mind.
Nimble Escape. And move here. That's 2 squares. I don't like your series! It insults your taste in magical girls and then does 3 damage and runs away with the rest of its movement.
Oh, how dare it! Oh no, it won't. Oh no.
You do
no,
have Hellish Rebuke if you want to use it. It is a reaction, and it'll cost you a spell slot. Okay, do it.
I don't care. I like to use it.
Click Hellish Rebukes on your actions.
Okay.
It's a dex save, right?
No. Think
Just click
so?
Hellish Rebuke.
Maybe? My computer is beating peanut butter right now.
Did I click it?
Come on. No, I got it. It popped up. Level 1. Should I? Okay. There we go.
It succeeds the save, so it does half damage, I believe. Yeah, half. As you spit fire back at it,
How dare you!
it still gets away. It's still alive. Alright. You're within gun range.
Uh-oh.
Oh. I'm already recording. I don't need to
Shot
get
it once.
shot again.
Well, shame. Might as well do it again.
Yeah, it's gonna do it again.
Of course.
17? That does hit, okay.
That will hit. Yeah.
8 damage.
Fortunately, that will hit.
You take another bullet going, this time cleanly
Damn.
through you.
Wait, would that be a disadvantage? Because it's 30 feet, not 25.
Yeah, it would be disadvantage, actually.
Fire is right.
15, your AC is 15, meet beat, so yeah.
And it didn't
I tried.
fucking matter.
Yeah.
It's gonna bonus action, reload, and then it's going to start running. These goblins are now trying to flee. Tix, your turn.
Damn it. I knew I should have bought some freaking javelins.
Remember, the water is counted as difficult terrain.
I know, that means I can end my turn there.
Yeah.
I'm a full action dash to that square. Right there.
Can you show me how you dash there? Because you may trigger an opportunity attack.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That is important.
You know what? I will trigger the one for the straightest path.
Okay. Then, how dare you think you can ignore me? It teams off your body.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot I was supposed to care for a second.
Well, good, now you remember.
You'll die next.
Mel, you may have your full
Yes.
turn again.
Stupid fucking goblins. One saying he's gonna. She goes over to the body and fucking
You
kicks
immediately
it.
forget what the goblin says, as it only spoke in his own tongue, but you still remember it was not nice.
She still fucking kicks its dead corpse. I'm gonna loot its
no.
corpse. I'm gonna
no.
kick it and then loot its corpse.
The concussion's progressing.
Right?
Still fucking progressing. You.
I guess I could
Blood
tell
loss,
you what.
blood loss is beginning to form right about now.
It only has a useless loincloth and a scimitar. You want to take the scimitar?
I'm taking the fucking scimitar. Take your fucking shit, you little witch.
You take the blade and its sheath. That is your action. Can we just move on? Any other movement?
Uh-huh.
Alright. Good, Mel?
Yeah, I'm good.
Seth.
Motherfucker,
Your turn.
stupid
Alright.
bitch.
Alright. Yeet.
So you're gonna use your air thing to give you that extra 10, right?
No, that's only 40.
Oh yeah, Wolfmark has like 45, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. That's their main gimmick.
Being retro fast. Being
You
retro
weren't
fast
capture
boys.
one.
Yeah,
They have the zoomies.
yeah, the zoomies.
Yeah, that's 40 out of my 45. But I am going to do a couple of things here.
Thing. Pan.
First off, tempestuous magic.
So you're gonna move 10.
No, I'm not. I'm only
There we
doing
go.
this. I'm only doing this kind of for flavor, and the fact that I'm off the ground now because this allows me to fly. So, can I actually do that?
There we go.
Do you just want to fly 10 feet up? Remember, when you fall back down, you're gonna take fall damage.
No. I just want to float like literally like a foot off the ground.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Like
Then what?
I'm just floating.
and then I'm going to spend a sorcery point. Let's see. To do careful spell.
So you don't accidentally hit your ally?
Yeah, I'm gonna choose fire as the person who automatically succeeds a throw.
Come on. Here.
God, then what are you doing?
Yeah.
Lightning bolt?
No. Better.
Oh, you don't have lightning bolt yet. Duh.
But I do have gust of wind.
Gust of wind.
Nice.
Which is a 60-foot line that is 10 feet wide.
Do note, it's the start of their turn is when they get pushed.
Yeah.
So careful spell wouldn't work.
Don't they still take initial damage from it, though?
It doesn't do damage.
It just
It doesn't do
pushes.
damage. It just pushes. Oh. Well.
And also, remember to minus some MP for Gust of Wind.
Alright, hold on.
Do you want...
I'm rethinking my cast.
You're
Oh.
probably thinking wind wall.
The gust of wind does not do damage.
Okay.
Alright, then do you still want to do the whole float in the air?
Yeah, the tempestuous magic thing I will still do.
And what else?
Okay. Let's do this instead. Let's do a witch bolt.
On the one in front of you?
What's going on?
Or the one past him?
The one past him.
That misses.
Does it?
10?
Yeah, it's 10.
Yeah, also you're shooting through its ally, which does give it a cover bonus. But 10 would have missed anyway, because their ACs is 12.
Fair.
Alright, that's the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Nuka?
Yep.
What do you want to do?
Level 1s take 2 points, right?
Yes. 2 points, and then 3 points, then 5 points.
Okay.
It's
Who was it that hit my dog?
this little shit.
I think this one.
Thought so. Zoom.
5 points for anything past 3, right? Downhill? Or anything past 4?
5 points for anything that's 3, and it keeps scaling.
Okay.
Here.
Alright.
But remember, you still have a maximum level spell you can cast, which currently is level 2. At level 5, you can cast 3, and so forth, so forth.
Yeah.
Normal spell progression.
Not used to playing a spellcaster.
Big ups.
It does hit. That hits. Roll damage.
Roll your damage.
Roll your 1 damage, I dare you.
Come on. Hit him for 8.
Hit him for 10. Be a true
Oh
wizard.
yeah. I keep forgetting it's a D10.
You owe me an 8, right?
No. So over, you remember how you rolled
Oh
damage
yeah,
last?
never mind. I
Yeah.
remember. Brain just had a door.
Aha! I'm still up, coward. All right, that's the end of your turn. You still got.
I think so.
All right.
Unless I have a bonus where I can get my dang staff, but I don't think I can do that at the moment.
Mel, do you want to take
Yeah.
control of Grizzly or should I? Because you're still running the game.
I'm still here.
All right, so it's Grizzly's turn.
Uh-huh.
You control Grizzly. What does he do?
I'm gonna see. I'm trying to.
He has 40 feet of movement.
It's 40 feet. Let me
He can
zoom
go
out.
zoom you.
Yes, my boy can go zoom zooms.
I will state, for the players to know, he is just a normal bear that I gave a hand axe instead of his bite attack.
That's fine.
Let's get out my ruler. Thank you.
A bird that can hold an axe. Black.
It's gonna come over here beside you. Stop. Grab this. This is not where you're supposed to go, Grizz. Get beside him. And we're going to use multi-attack on the goblin. Where's that goblin dead? I cannot tell.
It's that it has
one's
an
good.
X over it.
If it's dead, it would have an X, yes.
No, it's not dead. It's very much alive. So I'm gonna go to Grizzly Sheet. And I'm gonna use multi.
Okay, well, that triggers anyway, but go ahead and,
Yeah. Essentially the same thing you've been doing. Ooh.
so that 8 misses.
Nice.
Remember, Grizzly doesn't have advantage, so that 8 misses. So, roll again. Not claws, but hand axe. Hand axe hits. Roll hand axe damage.
That's the 13, right?
No, just roll, hover over the attack of where 22 and 13 is. You see where it says attack? Hover over that,
Yeah.
and then click it.
6.
Goblin's still up at 1 HP. Literally by 1. Alright, that's it for Grizzly, I think. Cat's turn. Rose, Your cat's turn.
Yes.
Wait, what do you want your cat to do?
Let's see. I want it to do.
Yeah.
Can go. Let's see. Can my kitty heal me?
No, your kitty cannot heal you.
Okay.
It does
You can
not
probably
have
make you-
heals.
She can probably make you feel better about yourself.
That's about it. It can give emotional support.
Do it.
Ooh. Give my cat. Use my cat as a magic missile then.
You can, but you probably need to get a little. Actually, what's the range of magic missile? 120 or 60?
I think
120.
120.
20, I believe.
Not a lot of people use it.
But it's
Okay.
a really good spell.
It is really
It is a
120.
good spell.
It's
I love
120.
it. Yeah,
It's 120.
It'll be
Oh,
its
yeah.
last
I can-
spell slot for the long rest, though. Keep that in mind. Or it'd be the
Do me a
last of
favor,
its
if you're
mana
imagining-
slot. It'd be the last of its mana.
Go for
That's
distance,
fine.
please.
So you can. I recommend moving your cat here, so it could possibly hit all three of them.
Okay. Okay.
So the one in front of me has been hurt the least.
Yeah. So, and you can also choose 3 different targets. So you can hit this one,
Yeah.
and then this one, and then this one. You just roll a d4 and
Okay.
add +1 to it. It's an auto hit.
Oh my god.
Okay. So I just roll a d4 plus 1 then?
Yep, 3 times.
At 3 separate times.
Okay.
This will be the last of your cat's mana. I will state that.
Okay. I don't just roll magic missile, I just roll.
Just
The
just roll the
dice.
d4 because you auto hit with it. It's a spell that auto hits unless someone uses shield.
But God, I hope these goblins don't have freaking shield.
So I roll 1d4
Roll
plus 1.
yes, and you do that 3 times. So
Okay,
/R
got it.
1d4 plus 1.
Okay. Where? Okay, there it is. There's 1.
Okay. Its head explodes in a puddle of, gore and sparkles.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Same thing. Oh, yep, just like
Second one.
that. Gore and sparkles.
Just enough.
And the last
Oh,
one.
there's no way this.
Give me
One last one.
a minute.
Yeah, go on.
Give me a minute. I have to type. Oh, jeez.
Oh, max damage.
That's on the last one.
Sparkles, feel your eyes tickle as you see a magical pink and rainbowish color magic missile hits this goblin square in the chest. You have to take a moment to move the glitter out of underneath one of your eyelids, but
Yeah.
all right, that is the end of the cat's turn. Dog's turn.
Glitter.
Oh, did get knocked around? Okay. First things first. Zoom!
Zoom, Retrico Zoom.
And the only thing left we can do is this guy, I think.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
last one.
That's the last
There's one left.
Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's got a plan. It's called fucking running.
If he survives. What's your plan, Retro?
He's just asking me, he's just like talking in his head. It's like, you want a new chew toy?
Yeah.
Points to the only one that's still alive. Go get him.
Well, he used his movement. Well, actually, he can action fly another 25 feet.
Huh?
He can use his action to fly another 25 feet so he can get here.
Yep.
Alright. Then that's it for the doggo. Rose. Actually, I'm gonna say the dog is going to do one thing. Never mind, it can't. Sorry, I thought the dog had a bonus action help, but it doesn't.
Doesn't.
Yeah. Rose,
That'd be cool, but no.
your turn.
Okay. I can move up to there. And use... And use the... I will use one of my... It's a... If I use Eldritch Blast cantrip when I cast Eldritch Blast, add your cosmic modifier to damage to deals on hit.
Do you have...
The Exotic Blast. That's what it's called.
Yeah, so just roll.
It's supposed to be
Eldritch
doing
Blast.
that automatically, but it's not. Hold
Yeah.
on, let me fix that.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Yeah, that's,
you
that's automatic.
Yeah. So you did a little bit more damage than you did this fight, but...
Technically speaking, you can't turn it off.
Well, yeah, you can't, but it's supposed to be automatically doing it on the sheet. I don't know why it's not. Okay, I fixed it. Rose, roll Eldritch Blast and try to hit the gobbo. Oh, you hit me! Roll damage, Rose. A magical ray of sparkles flies right past Tickle's head. Tickles, you are covered in magical glitter at this point. Like, your whole... You're gonna have to wash your clothes and dig it out of that little opening on the side of your mouth. As the goblin is still up.
Sorry.
It's still up, but barely.
Damn it.
You're gonna coat the
Damn it. I tried.
You're gonna coat the mech man in sparkles.
Alright, all the goblins are dead, so
sorry.
it's just the one with the gun.
Sorry.
Tickles, why you are distracted by... Why you are distracted by the, sparkles in your eyes.
All my eyes.
And your face. And your scars.
Bonus action. Dash, not dash, but
Yeah.
bonus action, disengage. Action to dash, and it will leave combat. As I don't think you have a way to catch it before it would get too far from you to see.
Unless I get a lucky improvised throw. Not consistently, no.
Then that will
So I was
be...
really hoping for more range damage.
So, that is the end of combat. I will let you guys know what you guys get off these goblins as loot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Interesting things.
You
Wanted to take
You
one
guys,
slot.
well, you guys have 6 unsellable, unusable loincloths.
Okay.
You guys also have 5 other scimitars, not counting the one that Mel is holding. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6, because
Yeah. One got away. Sorry. It's 5.
Well, not only that, but
One got away.
roasted.
One got away, and Mel took one of the scimitars. So you guys have 4 more scimitars. They seem to be somewhat well maintained, but still, you can tell it's well used. Well maintained, but well used.
Okay.
Do you guys want to keep searching to find the goblins? Or do you want to go back to the town? Also, I will state, there's one more thing about the goblin quests. And this is for you guys to decide if you guys want to do this. But the goblin quest rewards you get additional reward for so I will actually post the rewards because you guys were supposed to know what you got as rewards for beating this quest. But you get 10 gold per person. But also, for every left goblin ear, you get 3 additional silver. Not per person, but for the total amount of ears. And your character EXP would increase by 45.
Cool. Cool.
So the question is, does anyone want to start collecting gobbo ears?
Check.
Takes us no problem doing that.
So who wants to hold the goblin ears? Or do each of you guys just want a goblin ear?
Just let other people hold it, because he wants to hunt the goblin still. He's still in prime condition.
Goblin ears does have a weight of 0.2.
You're like, okay, I'll just collect the ears, put them in a thing. Yay.
You take a dagger and you start just collecting all the left ears.
Why just left ear? Does it have to be the left ear?
Mm-hmm.
Why the left ear?
Because you can't
I don't know
make
why
it.
they have it. I don't know why they hate the right ear, but okay.
It's to prove that you killed the goblin, and you're not just killing one goblin to get 2 rewards.
True.
Okay.
I will add this.
I get it.
You get it, Blue? I mean, not Blue. You get it, Fire?
Yeah, I understand. Because the right and left ear will look different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's a way to.
Yes, so.
Yeah.
Now, you don't get the reward until you finish the quest. I will state that.
Um,
So you have to be So you have to be carrying these goblin ears.
Heck yeah.
It is 0.2 per weight, so remember I am going to look at your encumbrance.
Never know.
And I think this is where we're going to end the session. However, real quick, each goblin is worth... Let's see, you didn't kill the goblin with the gun, so you don't get his EXP. But every goblin is worth 50 EXP. Hold on.
No.
Divided by 7 players? 7 or 8? Do we have 8 players? How many players?
We should have 8. Because also Cam.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I round up when it comes... I don't round up when it comes to EXP, unfortunately. So that is 6 EXP each player gains.
So we add that to the 45?
No, you do not gain the 45 until you finish the quest.
Oh, okay.
That's end of quest stuff.
I understand now. Okay. So, end of quest stuff. No gold.
But you do get the, you do get the, 6 EXP. Like, you get that as soon as the session ends, which is right now. Start of next session, we will be heading to the front gate for Umbreon and Cam. Which also, Umbreon and Cam, you do gain this EXP. Or not Cam. Umbreon, Cam, and Kai. Everyone gains the same amount of EXP.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I hope everybody had enjoyed the game and enjoyed the stream. I'd like to thank
Yeah.
all of our lovely watchers for coming out and actually coming to see this campaign.
Yes.
Start.
For the start of the campaign,
It's a start.
we will be. I will set a stream schedule on the Twitch to notify you guys when we're going to be streaming. But this game will also be uploaded to my YouTube channel after the game. So if you want to go there and show some love, I did link my YouTube with my Twitch, so you should be able to find it easily. Thank you guys very much for coming by, and I hope to see you guys soon for the next session of Anime Campaign, aka Fable of the White Rabbits. Let's roll that outro!